gives it resist 15. It's like resist all damage 15. It's just like, and there's like magic boots so you can walk over difficult terrain and water. And it's just like disgusting.
You should
Effective
be
mount.
online at this point.
Listen, if a silver dragon can be fully clad in like mithril plate mail, then my Bulette can be
Yes.
fully clad in mithril plate.
Technically, he already wears Bulette plate, right? So I should be able to put enchantments on him.
Yeah. Oh,
You know what? You know what? Fuck it. New plan. I'll just tattoo him. Tattoos exist
Yeah.
for the tissue. I'll just tattoo.
Can he have unarmored defense feat? Because technically he's
Yeah.
unarmored.
But do you want this? I mean, as long as it's not like, oh, plus your wisdom. I don't know if
Oh,
Bulette is.
That's back in Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Oh, here we are again.
It's always such a
Such
pleasure.
a time it is. Yeah. Some scary things I've been warned about happened game today. So let's just get to it, shall we?
Okay.
You don't want to give us a recap of last session?
I guess. Hi, I'm your recapper today. Last session, where Cicatrix told of 16 black dragons that she wasn't in the mood for their bullshit. She was fucking going home, and if anyone wanted to go with her, so be it. 8 of them followed. 2 days later, she changed her mind. Because the Netheril spooked her. The Netherese, they came offering her gifts. They wanted her aid in dispatching Cormyr. So they continue their research. They offered her the power of the weave itself. And Aerie thought about that, and she was like, nah. So I compelled Aerie. Was like, gotta go. You can't have this shit happen up there with Valnerix. He's gonna like being offered goodies and power. It's just gonna be obnoxious. So she went up there. She dispatched Valnerix. And the year ended. Happy New Year! Adventurers gather in Cormyr in preparation for the next great fight. Magic is reconstructing itself further. Multiple Chosen are within Cormyr to stand against the Netheril, and their hunting of Chosen, purportedly a dozen or more. Many new strange deities are also appearing across the continent of Faerun. Evander High Castle went to see where Cicatrix, not for the first time. Umberlee wants a Chosen sharing her domains to fuel her separation from Sylvanas. Preferably the Chosen of Sylvanas. And where Cicatrix is like, it sounds like a you problem. Then where Cicatrix called Ivy's early Legion was like, it's a him problem, right? It could be a you problem. And Ivy's early Legion was like, lol, no. That was the end of that conversation. Where Cicatrix is gonna go on she went on a grand adventure before the other grand adventure she's about to go on to research how she's going to get the Bale Spark out of someone, because she wants that. She ended up with Novacree and the Book of the Dragon to learn about rituals such as soul theft that could do such a thing. And as a result, where Cicatrix is preparing to go to Baldur's fucking Gate. There's been video games involving this to snatch a Bale Spawn. She's learned about plots from Om to instigate a coup, and there's like feints within feints, wheels within wheels. It's like a Frank Herbert novel. Dude. Also, I am preparing to crash an Earth moat into the Warm Hill as a declaration against the Spellfire Avatar Dobanion. That was last session!
Yes. That was last session. Certainly, I think things are setting what epic. All right, we have a Aerie. There is a goal that needs to be filled. So far, we have defeat Nabanian, claim the essence of Baal, remove the Netherese influence from Sembia, and
I think I'll keep it blank for this session.
All right.
I don't really know the direction. I was gonna put in like the back, research like the other end of the portal or whatever, but
right.
If I'm going to be leaving for a while, I feel like that's not
right. You want to keep some flexibility. Who knows what might happen to you today?
Yeah,
I get you.
Exciting things. All right. We last year took a while to do. But, we have finally passed on.
Survived another year. Yeah.
Well, we were in the middle of this
Yes,
new
of
year.
this new year.
Oh.
We had done some policing and such, but we
Mhm.
haven't really gotten into things.
No.
We're in spring. That's my notes tell me. Yeah, and just a little reminder to those cares. In 2 years, the planar alignment will happen. The once a century sort of thing. Which will enable people who in the valley sort of time themselves right to create incredible rituals and items of power that are normally completely out of mortal possibility.
Yes.
So if you have something you want to do with that, keep that in mind, because
Oh.
Find the legendary Smith area while you're in Baldur's Gate. Go looking
as
for one.
the planets will align and the Far Realm's influence will be completely moldable by the mortal mind in a way that doesn't make you instantly insane, and so you can snatch up ideas and thoughts that have not been thought yet.
You see that world building area? This has been an established fact of this campaign. And after hearing us last session, he's like, "Oh, BT Dubs, that's coming up in 2 years."
Yeah, by
Yeah.
the way.
It was asked
hello.
about a long time ago, and I think the Nicholas was told, "Oh yeah, that's in like 20 years," because it doesn't happen often. There was a whole plan of
Yeah,
summoning
it
Tiamat
took me
during
a
that.
while to realize that, like, that was not just a Valigna thing. Like,
No,
it's just
no,
now
it
I'm like,
happens.
wait, we could also like, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I mean,
Which also means it's close to the anniversary of the ritual again.
yeah.
Because
You feel my collar tightening.
because that was certainly made with that. So
Right.
no,
Okay. Well, that doesn't make me
so
too
that's
happy.
the reason
but-
it's here. Yeah, fortunately, the dragon's presence have kept any nosy wizards out that normally might visit and poke around. These
Yeah, I've had
mountains
to
have
deal
been
with
very-
a lot of wizards
These
in
mountains
those
have become
mountains.
very inhospitable. It's really the last century.
Intentionally.
Yeah. It used to be a
Uh-oh.
place where a bunch of wizards would congregate every now and then looking for things.
Yeah.
We're saying, wandering undead, rising, goblinoids, some horrible, like, tree things, multiple dragons.
Yeah. Whole city of dwarves that live here, but basically tell everyone not to. The dragons do not want you here. Just go. It's like visiting like Innsmouth or something. Dragons
It
instead of
is.
old ones, right?
Yeah.
Well, I say,
Watching
like,
you
the longer,
creepily.
the further you go into Thunderhome, the more Tiamat symbols start appearing. It's like in the beginning, oh, hey, a dwarven city, yeah. And then, like, the dwarf, wait, that's...
This
What the
dwarf
fuck?
has 2 other dwarven faces stitched onto his face. Do I look
Yeah.
pretty? Do I look pretty?
Why does he have a horn? Okay. Tail? Alright, I mean, yeah.
I feel like I should be concerned. Yet.
Should. Alright, Epic Smith, you need to find one.
I mean,
Got 2
you're going to
years.
Baldur's Gate. There's all sorts of crazy, awesome shit there.
Skate. Certainly,
Sword Coast is where all the really powerful shit is in Faerun.
Yes, that's why we
It's
keep away
Baldur's
from
Gate, though. It's the small city, between Amn and Waterdeep, which is the real powerhouse.
That's what the Lord's Alliance would have.
You know. Yeah, they got their own things, but in terms of size, they're like a tenth of Waterdeep's population.
So, Harry, did you figure out by chance how who it is you're traveling with to get to Baldur's Gate and how you're going?
Well, I am going to figure out, because Manakai, how long would it take me to get my dragons ready to be my mounts?
I mean, they can fly with people on their backs. That's not a hard thing for a dragon to do. fighting with people on their backs, that's a whole different thing. Because usually people would just sort of fall off.
Yeah.
The dragons are not used to being concerned with rolling around or spinning or diving or the whole problem with having an intelligent mount generally is that both people, the rider and the mount, has to agree on what's going to happen
Yeah.
in like a second. Because if they disagree, then everyone's just going to end up hurt. Which means that either the dragon has to accept commands from the rider, or the rider has to really learn how to read the dragon's sort of body language.
Yeah.
Which is a thing that takes time. You could certainly use them as like transportation, but fighting on them is not yet an efficient method. It'd probably be better just to have the dragons and the people separate.
Yeah.
Because you want them to be better than the sum of their parts.
Yeah. So I still need to find manticores. Manticores aren't incredibly intelligent, right?
No, they're just very vicious.
Great.
I mean, with money.
Oh no, I hate
speaking,
that.
Speaking of Waterdeep, you have something you need, and you have money to pay for it. If you want to buy a dinosaur, that's Waterdeep. You want to buy a griffin, they got that. It's a city that has no regard for anything romantic, natural, or no limits there really. Much like Westgate, except just 10 times as big.
Yeah, better in every way, shape, and form.
Whoa, wow, 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 wow.
They call it the City of Wonder. Of splendor.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the dilapidated ruin that is Westgate, comparing it to the jewel that is Waterdeep. And
Westgate has had it rough.
All right.
Westgate has had it rough.
There even is a price for manticores.
Yeah.
In the goddamn game.
So traveling there, the easiest way, certainly, for you to get there, we would be flying, right? That said, there is a trade route that goes pretty much from Westgate along the Elchegard Trail, and then over the Borskrad Bridge, and then south to Baldur's Gate. A well enough traveled route. There's a little bit of ferry time. I mean, it takes time, right? You might get ambushed by like a troll or ogre bandit.
Well, you're gonna have a bad time.
Would not be troublesome for the dragon. You could probably just hire him. But that is a traveled path. Especially after the Lord's Alliance has really sort of began forming. It's one of the regions they have put in a lot of adventure work in cleaning up, so that. I mean, you can see the forests that are adjacent to that route, right? The Forest of Worms, the Werewoods, and the Trollbark Forest. All terrible things. But the road is somewhat safe.
Oh, Snakewood! Oh my god!
Yeah, I mean, if you look further north, you'll see Najara. Recently begun raiding for people. They are Yuan-Ti people there. Serpent people. Horrible abominations.
Great place.
But,
how long would it take to get there? Like, on caravan?
Like traveling basically as if you were a member of the Black Network.
Yes.
It would take a while. Like, we're talking. I can't give you, I haven't done the exact calculations, but I imagine it would take. If you went really fast, maybe a couple of 10 days.
Alright. That's
least.
Acceptable.
You can go pretty fast if you travel a small group and you're using, being a member of the Black Network gives you a lot of go behind the tavern, give a guy the coin, and then he just sort of handles some of the stuff for you.
Yeah, I basically am thinking that Vestigatrix will be doing that for the rest of the year.
Oh, all right.
Or I mean,
not
taking that a long time, but I'll keep her out of a couple actions, I think, whilst he travels, right?
Yeah. And you just want to go basically meet up with Seth the Stem, yeah? That's the idea.
And I think I'm gonna travel in because her members are traveling incognito, she will too, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
She's not gonna fly in dragon form,
Who's she gonna bring?
Who you bringing with you?
Cart. Well, again, if we are trying to be a little bit stealthy, I feel like I only have two options, really.
Yeah. The person you are going after is the Duke of Baldur's Gate, who is an avowed member of the Lord's Alliance, the renowned hero. So certainly not putting your name on whatever you're going to do to him might be a way to avoid the attention of the alliance of the...
Yes.
So definitely no Duke Getra. You have two medium-sized humanoids. One's a bugbear and the other's a hobgoblin vampire.
Yes. It's gonna be a great time.
Are you bringing both of them?
Yep.
Big Burr, so far away from his home. Well, that's okay. This is the way. Because otherwise, if he didn't go, then a bunch of goblins would have to go in his place. They're just too dumb and weak to deal with anything.
They are too dumb and weak, you're right.
Yeah, he must...
Probably a couple of them sneak in just to follow him, you know.
His
so
work
kick them out
here,
the court.
his work here basically shields the goblins. He's very altruistic bugbear. He cares about them. In that he feels like they're just sort of saddened that they're so stupid.
So dumb.
They can't really do anything right, so...
As proven by the constant stupid signs they write every time I do a policing role, you know.
Like Cassell, it's been given a lot. You know, Nightmares aren't officially running the city, but you know, she also the marked R, and she pretty much gets what she wants.
Yeah, it's true.
Not a lot there. That said,
let's be honest, the Cicatrix is not sitting by a table like, yes, paperwork. No. I will talk with the nobles. No.
Cassell was never a high-ranking member of the Nightmares. She isn't even that old, sort of vampire-wise.
Yeah.
Turns out she just played her cards right. And
that's right.
Became the favorite vampire of a dragon, which means that she runs the Night Masks. If they don't like it, then they can take it up with her.
Yeah, and they can take it up with her and the Cicatrix.
Okay.
And, you know. Okay. He'll just be mad because it's like, why? This person is the one who is the reason that I had to stop eating for a bit. Like,
which hasn't really been done. Yeah, all right. Yes. You want to take them, and you want to begin a little journey.
Yes.
In a little wagon, trundling along.
Yep.
Going to Oregon, striking rich.
Does Cicatrix like riding, like on a horse?
No.
No. It feels weird.
No, there's a cart. Yeah, that's definitely not.
Yeah, Elversalt, small town, mostly built in the ruins of Greater Elversalt that once existed. It was burnt down and razed by a dragon and a lot of centaurs. Yeah. Continuing on, you can go north to Proskir, probably avoiding that, given the propensity for Cormyr. Going south along Prayer Pearl here. Small town, nothing much to it, really. Sometimes adventurers use it as a jumping off point, sometimes literally into the Earthmouth. Mostly using ropes and picks and whatnot, trying to investigate the Underdark. As adventurers do, for no other reason than there's a big hole there, and they figured why not go.
Yeah, there's got to be something down there, right?
That's surely in there. Easting.
Treasure.
Trading town. Last of sort of towns that have been held by Cormyr at one point. Old trading posts. There's been taxation. And then Erebor, the city of 1,000 spires. A very large city, very well defended. It controls pretty much just its own place. Lots of merchants, because it's the last chance you sort of have for trading before you get into very dangerous territory. So a lot of like banking and stuff. You can store your hard-earned money before traveling on. The travel on mostly is by ferry. That's lovely.
Well, the Cicatrix has been on boats before, certainly. Yeah. Needing a pirate company.
Move you onto the global map here.
It's very clumsy, but you know it works.
Put you over here. You can sail along the way. We can have a montage of river pirates attacking and being taught a lesson.
Yeah.
You know, various.
I mean, she doesn't fucking need her dragon for him to do that.
Getting over to the Borskar Bridge, close to that, there's like
Different
an attack by Najara, so the snake cultists.
Ugh.
Then going around to meet like a local troll and his ogre friends who would like a bite of whatever this is.
Daggers are being thrown from inside the ferry so Gazelle doesn't get burned by the sun.
I think it travels mostly at night.
Yeah.
Wasn't that delightful?
Yeah, as you make your move along.
I mean, it suits like gothic style,
Sure. I mean, certainly, traveling with the context of the Black Network, there's a lot of like black hoods and daggers and like smiles and
Yeah.
clinking of coins and all that jam. They're nothing if not stereotypically sort of edgy.
Oh, they're called the Black Network. They're not called, oh, we're totally the good people network.
Yeah,
you know.
Oh, we're told.
My personal
name was
sigil
taken.
is a spiky
Yeah,
shoulder
goddammit.
plate. A lot of that. The thing is, to them, you're a one of the major top bosses, right? You run the Westgate Dragon Coast branch.
Section, that's
A
right.
very important one. There's a big one in Waterdeep. There's one really in Netheril. Then, of course, up by the ruins of Sentinel Keep. Well, and in Neverwinter, they got a lot of influence because that place is trash.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because
Um,
that place is awful.
Oh, it's
Fucking shit.
been really, really bad during the Spellplague. It used to be a town where people, sometimes had a good time. It just horrendous.
No more.
Almost like they need like a strong-handed and intelligent administrator or something that could fix it. But that certainly hasn't happened yet. So,
Huh.
pretty
Time to
terrible.
become administrator of Neverwinter. Yes,
This
imagine
is
the power.
time, isn't it? Looking up there, dealing with.
I just drop all my like druidic shit and just like yeah,
I want to get that architect achievement.
that's right. Vizier of Neverwinter. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, master. Yes, this is what you should do. Uh-huh.
Now I need to find one of these other ways to get the abolithic sovereignty away.
Oh god.
Yeah, that takes a while. So meanwhile, over what's in Missouri?
So I spent the entirety of the winter and spring, basically, well, really the spring, as I lurked in my lair of the winter, like flying around this warm hill, and then communing with the Dragon Fane. Right now, she has to wait on getting a sort of like a report back from Ganazar about, hey, I did find that ritual, so that she could introduce the ritual to Novacree, so that Novacree can do his awesome thing of destroying shit that I know
Uh-huh.
and wielding immense power.
Yeah, yeah.
So after like this time with the Dragon Fane, she will go back home. She's going to take some time to, we can gloss over this, explain to Novacree and basically like, what he is going to be called upon to do, along with like gifting him magic items. That he will be serving as her force of will in this regard to provoke an avatar of a god so that she can fight it by wielding an earth mote and crashing it into the hill. But it's a hill that Novacree would know well.
I mean, Novacree's dreams is his living a heavy metal album, so I think he's pretty much into that.
Yep.
He was always notoriously unwise and ambitious.
Yep.
So.
Absolutely. That helps too, when his wisdom is, well, according to his token sheet, it's 22, which is remarkable.
He's leveled up quite a lot on that. Remember his
He had
original.
to dance around and not be murdered by dragons.
His
So.
intelligence is actually lower than his wisdom now. How did this happen?
Yeah, I remember he had the trait like it was called like unworthy or something, where his mental stats were pretty horrendous.
That's true. That's true.
Because he was not that smart. It was not a great plan he had. Somehow it worked out. Still not a great plan to go along with this, but of course, yeah,
He was rewarded for it anyway.
exciting. Right?
Zircon is also going to be called upon and have the situation, like, explained to him. He'll be brought into this as well. Obviously, he's not going to be wielding an Earth mode, but Spellfire, the Plague Changed, it's almost the same as aberrations. There's still like a blight upon the world that needs to be resolved. And Zircon is going to be tasked with doing that.
I mean, it is an aberration, certainly.
Absolutely.
That's
Even though it's, basically a divine entity.
Mm.
Awkward.
It's a lot of things. It's sort of a bastardized divine entity, right? And, forced into submission to a rival. It's a whole thing. But,
the more Emmy's earlier has thought about it, she's starting to wonder. She's wondered a bit about the timeline. So this appeared to save the Nobanians chosen. When did Malar take control over it? And when it retreated from the region, was it because Cinder Moon, fueled by Shar, made it do it? Was it because Malar said, "Okay, now I have control. You're coming over here and waiting"? She doesn't know, and she doesn't have anyone to ask these questions.
That's Malar, but he just hisses. So
yeah,
not like that's helpful. It's sort of like talking.
He's
to
not very chatty.
Feral cat. So.
Yeah. Elder Dire Bulette doesn't need an explanation. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, you just call him, and then he flips out, right?
Yeah. No magic items for him, and he's, the Elder Dire Bulette's gonna be the one that's not really in the loop of the plan, but that's okay.
Yeah, you gotta tell him something?
Yeah. It's probably a couple 10 days into summer that Emizori Leaderthir, in her pondering consideration reckoning figures, decides that she's going to run this by the Paladin of Nobanian. And then when she figures it out, she starts to think about, okay, what's my approach here and how I'm going to talk to him? And she thinks about, whether she wants, lord, over, his pain and suffering. No. The more she thinks about it, the more that, the agony of this... You know what? How long do Wemmicks normally live? Because Norlaw Summerspa has been around for a very long time.
Wemmicks generally have a similar lifespan to slightly longer than humans. They sort of have that thing where they become old and then they're old for a really long time, sort of venerable elder sort of thing, and then they die.
Right.
Usually, being laid in a bed of flowers on a plain with some fine music playing, where some people are like, "Oh, he was just so wise," but now at least he has left us to,
Yeah, because Norloss has been around for as long as she's been active in this region.
He has been around for a very long time. More than that, he hasn't really shown a lot of degradation due to it.
Yeah. So, the agony thing, it used to delight her, and then she started being intrigued by how, this Paladin of Vanyan could, cling on to, hope and desperation. And now she just feels burdened with it. She thought he would have left by now or done something, and he's just remained.
Guarded it. Yeah, standing vigil.
Yep.
Great sword.
And so it's going to be one afternoon, day 6,182 of the vigil. I don't fucking know. I've had that pendant since we retreated from the tomb beneath Westgate when we got defeated. By those Dragonbane golems. That was the same session that it was the same session that that I picked up the pendant. That's how long I've had this thing.
Yeah.
And that's basically been as long as he's been standing here. She doesn't really talk to or interact with him, doesn't keep him in the loop, just assumes he's just going to be doing the same thing, because that's what he's been doing all this time, but I stopped keeping track, and that would be an opportune time for him to do some shit, but he does.
No, he eats little. Basically, he's very Spartan, and just spends his time standing vigil over this strange sense of hope and peace. Yeah.
Magical glass case that contains the pendant, and then recently the Tome of the Dragon. Yes. Those are the only two things.
He doesn't really care for the tome.
Of course,
run that through. But that's not why he's here. He's guarding something more important.
Yes.
He seems to have no interest in stopping that, at least, passively, as you've seen him there.
Mm-hmm. These are allegiance here. Every time she's approached, doesn't do pleasantries or small talk with the Paladin and Nobanian. Everything that she's wanted to say, and probably he wants to say to her, has already been said. And we're just in coexistence of sorts.
Yeah, whenever someone approaches the glass, he watches them. But beyond that, he just stands with his back turned to it, watching the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not like anyone else is allowed to come to the glass case and fiddle around with it. Given how vicious the Green Dragon is, it's not like she's like, oh yeah, spare anyone and just gently talk them down, or beat them unconscious if anyone tries to interfere with your vigil. No, it's do what you think is necessary. The day is different. This warm summer day, as the Green Dragon walks into the room in which the vigil is being kept. Eyes squint and widen. She looks appraisingly at this venerable paladin of Nobanion that does not seem to have been slowed by age, which is different than how Wimics operate.
He's certainly
She
got
thinks.
some gray hairs, and you can see he's up in his age, but he's sort of got to what's the human equivalent of 50, and then he's sort of stuck there. There's still a slight bit of like glow on him. He looks healthy, strong, capable.
Yeah. The Green Dragon thinks to herself that maybe this might work, instead of just her talking to a doddering Wimic. She looks at the pendant that's in the glass case and wonders whether it has anything to do with this. It's the magic of hope, right? The Green Dragon has a hard time understanding that. Though she wants to believe too. She stays in the doorway. Says, Paladin of Nobanion.
Yeah. He looks over almost as if he almost as someone has just been woken up from some sort of trance. He has not really interacted with anyone in a long time. It's slightly a jerky motion of the head. Look at him, sir. Before that, he was just sort of looking past her, basically, to nothing. As he speaks, almost trying the words. He hasn't spoken in a long time. That much here. Emissary literacy. What do you want?
She breathes in, says, words with you today. Words with you. And walks out of the doorway to settle into the room. It's Spartan and uncomfortable.
His eyes sort of follow the dragon. His stance generally doesn't change. Standing there. He'll say, I will be here. So speak your mind.
Paladin of Nobanion, I have been marked for death since my birth. I rose to power in the Giants Run Mountains shortly after the Spell Plague. I emerged into those mountains in its aftermath. I hunted giants, Winterfey, other dragons, the Plague Chain. My life has been a vicious fight for survival, and it was in that time that Malar came to me. He came to me through a druid of the Emerald Enclave, a druid known as Amrath, a druid hunting the Spellscarred. He recognized the power within me, and he aided me. He taught me. He was a good hunter, and he instilled in me the desire to find others like him, the strong and cunning, hardened by strife, willing to stand and fight. I had thought to find them in the Emerald Enclave, it was. An immense expense of effort. The Enclave was fragmented, eyes focused on the ruins of Starmantle, incapable of exertion or organization against adversaries across Faerun. But it got done. I provided my own horde for the Archdruid of Myliki to craft a ritual that Cindermoon could use to purge the Spell Plague from right here. It was an impetus, and it created so many opportunities, which you have known full well. for you have been here, and you have seen. Before your vigil, we destroyed the corruption of Shar within Naflan, and gave the show people there a chance to rebuild. We hunted the undead armies of a stone giant lich roaming in the Giants Run Mountains. After your vigil began, the Enclave ousted the dread Thayan necromancers from Westgate, and we brought fear to the Black Obelisk. Reports are that the obelithic sovereignty lurks beyond Neverwinter, so far from our power here. Yet, these deeds have not uplifted you, have not altered your vigil or your dedication, for your god is haunted by Spellfire. Cindermoon outlawed worship of him in this region, and while that policy is no longer enforced, it remains in spirit. You have stayed here, in a place I know pains you, with a creature I know pains you, for longer than I had considered. I saw your dedication and initial offer as a delight, and the pain you felt then did, in fact, delight me, for our complications in previous times. Then, it intrigued me. Now, it burdens me. I had thought in this lengthy delay, in all the time since the Spellfire Nobanian appeared to save his chosen, that his chosen would return. That was so long ago. That his chosen would claim the pendant of hope you watch over and take action to rescue Nobanian, to help the Lion God. Nobanian's chosen, however, has not been seen. I have had agents look for him. Still, I thought in this lengthy delay that perhaps the Archdruid of Myliki would return from his crucial mission. He vanished decades ago, before your vigil began, and he did return briefly at the previous conclave. You would not know this secret, that he has found and been guiding the chosen of Sylvanas. There was potential there, a possibility the chosen had found a way to purge corrupted individuals, and could even cure your god. But these times are so arduous and chaotic, with numerous agents across Faerun finding and sacrificing these agents of deities. The Archdruid of Myliki is still not here with the chosen of Sylvanas, and I can no longer wait. I have made it my life's goal, Paladin of Nobanian, to be free from the mark of death, which has plagued me since my birth. To that end, before the Black Obelisk appeared on our shores, while the Red Wizards still ruled Westgate, I issued a challenge to Malar. For I have done much to further the selfish and cruel Beast Lord, and if he wished my eternal service, then he would need to remove my mark, so I could serve him. Despite, or perhaps because of my defiance in the strength I present, Malar has humored my challenge and agreed. In so doing, he told me a great secret, Paladin Nobanian, one no one else knows, one I am now choosing to give to you. Nobanian, your god, has been corrupted by Spellfire, yes, but in his weakened state, he has fallen under the service of his hated foe, Malar.
Paladin's face was widen. But he doesn't distrust the world.
This was a surprise to me as well, given my dedication not just to, first and foremost, to my freedom, but also to the pursuit of destroying aberrations and unnatural things that Malar would accomplish a victory over his most hated rival, yet Nobanion dwells within the state, and a place holy to Malar has frustrated me. Nevertheless, to satisfy the challenge, I must defeat the corrupted Spellfire Avatar, which currently dwells in a holy site of Malar, one I dedicated to the Beast Lord many decades ago. For it is ever the way of nature that the strongest should rule. My main prize will be my freedom. My secondary prize is the defeated foe. Malar will not care what happens to Nobanion, should I manage to defeat him. And so, Paladin Nobanion, I have considered over this time what I would do with a divine essence after having defeated it. There have been offers and considerations during this time of turmoil, and I have decided to give it all a chance, an opportunity, a window through which Nobanion may be freed from servitude and restored. And I do not have a chosen of Nobanion. I do not have the chosen of Sylvanas. What I have is the most powerful agent of Nobanion I can think of right now. One who still carries faith and a willingness to persevere. You. The pendant of hope you now guard, you have been guarding, is now yours. I will no longer keep it in this case. It is for you to hold and possess.
His eyes sort of twitching. For a long moment here. Not in disbelief, really. He's rather good at discerning light, but in gratefulness, but also in somewhat wonder. You will ask finally, why you would serve Beast Lord. Know that he will never reward you releasing his rival. Banyan, the opposite, presents the opposite. Why would you do such a thing?
One is the possibility that I have been wrong. I entertain these thoughts from time to time, and everything I consider to be true may end up changing. I hope to have a few thousand years to deliberate and contemplate once I have secured my freedom from my mark of death. An extension of that is that in what I have witnessed, Malar has been wrong. This success, which has erupted from the Emerald Enclave, has been through viciousness and cunning, and a steadfast resolve to commit violence in defense of this world. It has also required cooperation. Malar is selfish and cruel. The Beast Lord hunts wherever and whomever. The Malarites spread across this land here, chafing under what I have decreed, yet cannot resist, for I am far more powerful than them. 2 is a consideration of the cyclical aspect of nature, of birth and death, the necessity of renewal. Malorites in their hunts spare women and children pregnant so that there may always be prey. Predators must be challenged and ensured they are strong. That can only occur through the actions of other predators. Should Malar not be challenged, she trails off and says, I see it as my role as a predator, even though I recognize I am weaker, to nevertheless provide challenge. I see Nobanian as a proper counterpart in challenge.
You know why Banyan became the sworn enemy?
I do not.
Centuries ago, in an age called the Time of Troubles, where gods walked upon the world, mortals, Malar hunted beasts of this land until he found Nobanian, or rather Nobanian found him. Malar was made to run. Nobanian hunted him, hounded him, until he was forced to flee these lands. The god of the hunt was made to feel like the hunted, like prey. It is something he could never live down. His ideology is... I think he's at a Shakespeare. The words escape him. It is contradictory. According to him, he should have been slain for being weaker. Yet he wasn't, because he was not the strongest. Therefore, his philosophy cannot be true. If it was, then he should be the strongest, but living it to it more than anyone. Instead, he was defeated. A Banyan, whose heart is true and whose actions are those who are not are those of the people who are not afraid, protecting what is important. He is a guardian of nature and of the world, primal spirit, not a god, divinity like so many others. He is one of the few that came from the earth itself, a manifestation of nature's desire to be guarded, protected, and to protect itself and those who would aid it. His loss is one of the greatest tragedies of our age, for it represents the loss of something that is perhaps unique, a power that is not, that does not compete with gods for station or ability, but is only concerned with protecting the world so that all may live upon it. As a paladin of many orders, I would have commandments, ways that I had to live my life, things that I must do. But as a paladin of Nobanian, he bids me only do what I believe is right to save the world, to save everything. He gives me strength so that I may stand against the invaders, wherever and whatever they may be. And I do so gladly. If he is here or not, does not change anything. For I take upon myself this role, regardless. This is what you will offer me was once guarded by those who I dare say were greater than I. Still, they might have inspired in you enough that you did not destroy it, or seek to end it. For that I'm thankful. Takes a moment for that to be. He basically gives
Yeah.
it like a moment of appreciation.
The Green Dragon remains quiet. She knew the stories of like Malar and O'Banion's conflict, but had hoped to prompt the Wemmick to speak. And he has. This is a lot of words. She hasn't heard speak in a very long time like this.
He's had a lot of time to think.
I suppose so.
How do you believe we could restore the Banyan spirit? And he will turn, for the first time, and he does eat and such food is brought here, but he'll actually turn his body right to face Emissura as she's walked into the room instead of speaking slightly sideways.
She says, Paladin O'Banion, I have given this earnest consideration. I do not know. And the reason I believe I do not know, which I have come to terms with, is I do not... I have a fundamental disagreement with N'Banyon. And so, in his position of weakness, in his corrupted state, as well as the servitude Malar has forced upon him, I cannot approach this from a way which could save him. I know to defeat him, and I have studied and prepared for defeating him. In the aftermath of that, should I succeed and knock him down, I am uncertain where to go from there. I had hoped someone greater and more knowledgeable than I would come here, either N'Banyon's chosen or the chosen of Sylvanas, guided by the Archdruid of Myliki. But I cannot wait to satisfy the challenge. I must take action. Should I lose, I do not know what will become of your god, and I do not know what will become of this site, which is why I find it imperative that the Pendant of Hope be entrusted to you. You are his most powerful agent here, remaining, and you have kept this vigil and this hope. You already feel that, separated as you are. I believe you having it in your possession, and now knowing what I intend to do, combined with me weakening him in a confrontation, may provide a window for you to remind N'Banyon of who he has been and what he has represented to this world. That may be enough to break the hold upon him.
No, it's likely. Contemplating. I know if the chosen N'Banyon could be here. He would. He was always meant to be tutored from afar. Consider glances to the amulet, to the ones you slew to claim this. He was brought far away to a people, my kin, a distance now. But evil has caught the world, and I know that if he has the heart of the lion, then he would not shy away from fighting it, wherever it might present itself. As he looks up, says, basically insinuating that as long as this chosen finds something evil, he will try to stop it. Which indeed means that it could take a long time for him to be done.
Sure,
There's
just
a
like
lot of
Novanyan.
wickedness. Yeah. If you cannot wait, then I will be with you.
I have tarried at length, since I issued my demand to the Beast Lord, and he presented the challenge. It has been a long time by impatient standards, and I would certainly not consider him patient. It is the position I have willingly put myself in, though I did not know the full condition of... She pauses and sighs in frustration. I had thought your god had been afflicted by the corruption, plague change of Spellfire. Not divine positioning escaped me.
He stood over my people, protect the plains, lest we would have had much of the Golthmere consumed, as the forests of the Chandel would to the south. This place is magical. You've felt it. You've seen the old waystones. Spell plague would have consumed it. You know that Allah struck in such a moment to take his revenge on someone who had saved something so important. Sadly, it is too fitting to be doubted. I had not thought it. Thought would not occur to most. If you will fight it, fulfill your own challenge, I will stand by. I will be ready should you fail. I will step in. Will take over. And try to do what I can.
Green
There
Dragon.
will likely not be another chance. For me.
The Green Dragon clenches her teeth. She goes to the glass case and says, since the Spellfire corruption of Novanyan retreated from the region, it has remained in the Wormhill. She goes she's reached the glass case now, is beginning to fiddle with it to open it. I suspect at this point it may have caused more devastation and destruction, but my challenge has created a pause. The glass case is open now. She reaches in and gently scoops up that small pendant. It feels weird, picking it up again.
Right. Answer.
Pulls it out and eyes it. Says, should I fail, I would not expect to die, for I have contingencies in place, but it would certainly change what I have done here in this region. And she says, as she begins to rotate the pen and shuffle over to offer it to the paladin, but there may still be this hope, regardless of my success, to save Novanyan.
And trembles a little as he reaches out for it. With the last words, he sort of steals himself. Allows himself to touch it. As he does, it's a faint glow from it. It's just more perceptive. He takes a lion paw. Sort of moves to look at it, feel it. Holding it as if it's much heavier in his hand than it was in his.
Mm-hmm. The Sphinxes were fools not to explain to me what it was they guarded. But after these decades of thought, I understand why they would not explain, and why they refused my offer to spare their lives if they just departed. I did not know what it was they guarded. How could I, if it was never explained to me? So, holding that and touching it and seeing it as I have has introduced sensations I would otherwise have rejected. But it does not belong with me. It belongs with you, who have carried this flame of hope for as long as you have. May you, in your vigor, in the opportunity I create, find a way to bring it back to your God.
The lion's eyes are blank in the light reflection. Then takes and sort of draws a small, place it around his neck, display it, tucking it under the armor.
Sure, given how fragile it is.
The he- you you might once, or might again, you choose it, find a forgiveness soon. You say that you do not belong to his, but his are simply those who choose to do what they believe he would approve of. He is not soft-hearted. He can be vicious to those who threaten. At least with him, you would not have to bargain for him to try to save your soul. Or as maybe an explanation of how he feels about him, rather than an actual attempt to.
Mm-hmm. These are leaders here. Takes a beat and says, "The King of Beasts is the protector. The Beast Lord is the hunter. I see myself as the tester. I have judged the weight of the land around us and its people in the face of corruption and magical interference from the Abelethic sovereignty and from Shar, and I have found it lacking. And I have served, acted, and demanded to strengthen this resolve, to protect this land, regardless of what I must do to the people who dwell within it. The confrontation against O'Banion will not be immediate. You will know when you look to the sky, for my servant Novacree will be commanding an earth mote from beyond the Giants' Run Mountains and slamming it into a site I dedicated to Malar to issue a fight in earnest. That will be the signal."
Well, he will not. With this, I have no reason to say that, though my pain perhaps delighted you, seems you have had your fill. So have I. I will go north to the plains. The hill you speak of was sacred to my people. A place of healing, restoration, of new life beginning and old life ending. It is in order for it to be cleansed. I will be ready. I will gather who I can, who might yet remain. lands, or from the south. So they might not help. Having them witness it will be good for, no matter how this ends.
Perhaps a kinder person would offer, like, supplies or like other like equipment to this paladin who's just basically stood watch here for years. The Green Dragon isn't really capable of that. She says, "You are right. You have no obligation to remain. Go." And she, there's like a curl of like the lips that might suggest a draconic version of a smile.
He now having secured the step down, but do it slowly, while considering. There's a lot of change to his. He will just turn and look to Emissary. You have done a good thing today. And even with whatever wickedness you might have done, the darkness cannot blacken up.
There's like a frustration, like a sigh, like some sort of like combination, like a sigh, and Sterling says, "I have enabled you with an opportunity, much as I enabled the people of Shu. That is all." And she like goes back to like the glass case and like look at the toe of the dragon, no longer wanting to look at the paladin.
You can feel the eyes for a moment longer.
She'll wait several minutes and then pick up like the entire like magical case and like root it from like the wall. And she like contemplates, yeah, this probably belongs in my hoard now. She like goes to shuffle it out of the room and put it like properly there. Some other place she knows Nova Cree won't go.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do? Like have like who else am I gonna leave in front of this glass case that Nova Cree can't find a way to trick or kill?
Oh, the book has been misplaced. What a shame.
Angry Bulette, just like put it in a container, like, all right, boy, in your mouth.
That's right, like put it in a container that the acid can't dissolve and just put it in the
Cram it in there.
You can get it if you get swallowed.
Yeah.
That would be
no.
Nova Cree though,
Try.
right? Like wouldn't it fucking be like,
Yeah.
it's my only way?
I guess I'll have to face step my way out, but
He
it's
would
gonna be wild.
He would.
God,
What?
shoot, fucking Ladrin.
Oh.
That's an encounter power. Like, what the fuck?
Racial power.
Yeah, okay.
Like his dragon breath.
All right, Ari. I bought you some time there. I gave you some interaction with me and an NPC. You've done that so much lately.
I just
Yes, thank you.
The ritual will eventually be brought back. The reason it takes time is because Ganazar has to, bring the request to Velignith over in Chisenta, which because he's been utilizing it in Akenul to gain him some alliance there.
Sure.
And yeah, but it will be brought back. Certainly Velignith. There's always been about supporting and aiding whatever plans dragons have, and I think it might even delight him.
Yeah. As last session ended,
It's a lot
only
of-
destruction is the truth reveal.
Yeah, some sort of snarky
It's a lot of
comment,
destruction. I mean, I'm delighted. It's very unsubtle.
reminder, just sort of, he's doing important things over there. He's gathering divine power as the new dragon icon of Chisenta. Apparently,
world
news
order.
is that they've had a lot of trouble with exiled Thayans coming here, which brings Thay's attention to him, which Velignith is not taking kind to. it's gotten a
I
little bit
mean,
more
thank you
involved.
again.
Like along
Right.
the strait here.
Right. He's
Shucks,
so
Thane
close to
Walk.
Thay to begin with. Thay and
Oh, yeah.
exiles are heading there in droves, which Thay hates.
Yeah. Which Malignant, of course, delights in. Except that some of them
Yep.
also did you know, it's a mess.
It's
in here.
complicated.
It's complicated.
you know?
Relationship status, it's complicated.
And he is now of a power level where he sort of steps on the people that he doesn't like and solves a lot of
As you do.
problems.
Yep,
That's,
as one does.
it's a nation
So,
dedicated to Tiamat.
well, the ritual's getting brought back this year, then, I think, by the very nature of time ordering, by what Aerie said. Although she's going to reach Baldur's Gate first.
Yeah.
Because you might want to play around there and talk to Zethasdin and take some tours and see the sights.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
That's exactly right. Order some
because-
manticores from Waterdeep, you know. As you do.
Going the last bit to Baldur's Gate, you know, it's cobbled roads, but certainly not. It's wilderness, right? It's uncontrolled. These are city states. They don't control much land around just them. There's some outlying farms and whatnot, but mostly Baldur's Gate is built around like a mound. Yeah, but like a small mountain and then the river there. Yeah, getting here. It's calm. It's summer, so it's probably a nice day, honestly, or a nice evening, night. Cool breeze blowing, the smell of sea air. It's been very much land air the whole way. Yeah, what's the plan, right? You can easily get in the city. That's no trouble at all. The Flaming Fist mercenary guard that have been the guards of this city, and who this Duke is the leader of, are notoriously corrupt. Even if the Duke has tried to root that out. You pretty much pay them to do anything that isn't directly
I think
murdering people.
I think that we will just be here as like what we are, Black Network people, right? But Visigotix basically want to be here and scout out. She's done a lot of contemplating. This motherfucker from seems like it'd be real hard to catch. So what she sort of wants to do is to stall enough for him to get here, and then maybe like either fight them together or get hired by the Duke as security, and then fight that guy. Cause the Duke, he's out in the open, right? Like,
oh yeah, no, he's a he's a celebrated hero, to the point where people,
exactly.
when he walks the street, people will sort of thank him for his service and his great work. He can wave at the people and they cheer and clap.
So it's a lot easier to murder him. Like if you. I mean, other than the guy who is notoriously paranoid and stays out of sight, and
the Duke certainly seems like someone who has retired. Like he did the adventure thing. Nowadays, he mostly does administration work.
He's out in the open.
There's a council of dukes, right? So mostly he's the leader of the council, but it's not like he does a lot. Apparently, he spends a lot of journeys going to Candlekeep to do. Like help the monks there with their scroll
studying
work and stuff like that, but he's retired.
Right.
Into a calm sort of peaceful ex-adventurer, right? Friendly older guy. He's still when Visigotix looks at him, the first idea is, damn, he has aged really well. Perhaps some of that divine blood has
I mean, it's got to be pretty remarkable if the dragoness notices, because she is. Humans are,
but normally humans don't live to be nearly this old, like at all.
Right, she knows the facts.
Frankies are very old, even by dragon standards. Hasn't really aged. Seems trustworthy. Seems like someone who could be a great commander, and That's just sort of an area about him. A calm. It's about him. Though, give me an insight check. You can easily get a view of him. It's not like he's acting secret.
Well,
or
apparently
anything.
he's walking around the fucking streets.
Yeah, he has some of the Flaming Fist with him, like an honor guard, but it doesn't seem like he's worried about much of anything.
Kind of like how you're not worried about being attacked by normal individuals when you walk around. Just
Yeah. Ew. That is.
All right.
Wait a second.
Yeah. Oh, you got something?
Yes, I think so. God. Yeah. Background.
Oh yeah, you're a black dragon from this region, right?
That's right. I can reroll any insight check.
it must accept the second result even if it's lower.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I am
Black dragon
from
territory.
the Dragon Coast, and apparently shit sucks over here. That's slightly better. Good.
It's slightly better. All right. Yeah. I can tell you then. Every now and again, he sort of stops up, and just sort of looks at the sky, or does something like as if he heard some sound somewhere, and is like looking to locate it. Before he just sort of does like it was nothing, right? I'm getting old, sort of thing. Then moves on with his life. But whenever it happens, he sort of, and this is over like I assume you're spending like a good long time actually, like
Oh no, yeah.
scoping out
Like,
the situation. Basically, there's nothing is not thorough. It happens rarely, but when it does, he is like stops and he's slightly like disturbed for a moment before sort of going on, right? And just sort of it's nothing. There's nothing there, right? Maybe in one point, like he sort of stops, while the Cicatrix out there scoping him out somehow from like an alleyway or something, and like
Right.
looks over. His eyes sort of pass over the Cicatrix. The Cicatrix might be like, "Oh no, I've been." He's noticed that I'm
Yeah.
here. I have powerful aura and such. His eyes just continue running, like it doesn't even stop for a second. Before he just
do I like me as a player is like seems like Ball like again like he was like, oh, Ball is basically manipulating this game. That's why the other guy wants to come here, right? That's what I've learned last time.
seems something like it, though.
Yeah, I feel like when he stops, he's like hearing it's like when Frodo puts his ring on, gwah, 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 gwah. He's like,
Might
what
be.
was
It's
that?
hard to tell, though. He doesn't seem particularly alarmed by it. Just sort of like he spaces out a bit.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder
How-
if it's every
how
time
long?
Baal blocks his sense or something.
How long do you want to pay attention to? How long are you going to spend here scoping it out? Because I can tell you, this other guy, if you look into it, that plan is coming underway, but it's next year they're actually going to arrive here.
Right. So can I what's the process of infiltrating or actually getting hired by the Flaming Fist? What's their deal?
The Flaming Fists don't seem to be aware that there's anything weird going on.
Because they already have been infiltrated by the other guy.
They are basically the infiltration here is just that some of them have been paid off
Yeah.
to not be at a certain place at a certain time. That seems fine to some of them. Yeah, you can. That's a simple. I mean, that's a simple entry.
What is it?
That's a roll with your faction. If you just want to like pay
Right.
them off, do an espionage to establish basically. That you have. That you
Oh no, I have to find the
infiltrated people.
small map again. All right.
Influence plus treasury.
Espionage.
Establish something. And
Did I-
it's not
Yes,
overly
you did
Wow.
make rolls at the start of last year.
policing.
You-
and so forth.
Look at
You-
that. Holy mother of God.
Okay, you really hammered, like, you wanted to get that intel, and so you did
That's
espionage
true.
to that, and you also tried policing multiple times.
Yes, that was. I remember.
Yeah,
What is
so-
espionage again?
Influence plus treasure.
And you're dealing with a difficulty of 4. It's not overly difficult to just get some eyes in there, but you are some distance away. And probably the most killable
Influence.
fools have already been paid by someone.
Yeah.
What's this? We're getting paid by 2 separate. Okay. We'll accept money and accept money.
That is not enough.
With failure, you get some people, but they're not like great. And soon after you get them, their bosses discover that they're kind of scum, and then they get sent to you get sent
To
to
the
Chult.
front line.
There's a fort in Chult where they like to send any troublemakers.
It jolt.
A joke. Oh, shit.
So
Fuck.
they have a contract down there to provide security, but they don't really care that much, so they send the worst of the worst.
Security.
Yeah, Fort Belluarian. That's where it is, right
It's a
there.
great place to send people off.
Oh
So,
Lord,
know.
that is
They don't do you a lot of good down there.
that's incredible. Sorry, that's
New scheme: get all the flaming fished exiled to Sean.
Every single one.
slowly failed to espionage, and suddenly there's no one left other than her. Sorry, I need to check my token. This is very.
Oh,
Need to see what's her. All right. Well,
You can try again next year before the plan, like the plan goes off.
want to just stay here?
yeah,
Yeah,
I want to talk with Citizen. I don't want
The
to,
question- the
with
reason
me
I
not
asked
in
how
Westgate.
long- The reason I asked how long you want to stay was because I might give you a little more information. If you're staying here
yeah,
for the
she's
long
staying,
term, and it seems
like-
like you're staying here until this plan goes off.
Unless Gethra sends her, some magic sending,
He
which
won't.
I don't know if he can.
It's like
Uh,
no, he cannot. He's not big into that. Yeah. All right. Then I can tell you that it seems like these episodes get a slightly bit longer every time they happen, and that they slowly begin to get more frequent. Like not often still, but like almost like there's a pulse.
Can she do like an arcane or religion check to try and like get more information on that?
Sure. Yeah. Give me an arcana check.
Oh, thank God. 31.
It's hard to say. Certainly, he seems to be unaware of his surroundings when it happens. Really, he just sort of spaces out and isn't really there. He doesn't seem to do like a movement or anything. If like the exact cause is probably what you suspect, right? Something is being drawn. Something is growing closer. His mind is being pulled inwards. There's something inside him that's moving and awakening in a way that it hasn't for a very, very long time.
All right.
All right. You want to
Yeah,
talk to
I mean,
Cephas then?
again, I'm just gonna hang out there. I want to talk with Citizen, though.
Cassell will get into doing some bracketeering and generally. That Mystic Burr doesn't feel like he has a lot to do here, honestly. He'll just sort
You
of
know
be
what?
around.
The Cicatrix is gonna, like... Does he have any capability of, like, magic? Other than psionic power?
No, he just does psionic, yeah.
Oh,
Psionic.
shit. I was like, please learn how to do fucking sending or something. Well, in that case, that'd be that is a mate.
You should there's a bad face spider in the cloakwood he can go and deal with. If nothing else, he doesn't really like this city much, so he might hang out in the cloakwood.
Sure.
If it's
I
gonna
mean,
be a longer time thing,
yeah.
And-
Well, I expect reports from him too.
Oh sure. Yeah. He's
Local
with them.
wildlife.
There's a lot of spiders there. Yeah, you wanted to talk to Cephastin. He's only here. He's been making a little profit, doing some smuggling operations into and out of Amn. It's nothing major. It's nothing hoard making, but enough to keep a dragon entertained for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's that's expected, you know.
He also doesn't stay in the actual city. He probably also stays in the backtracking every all things and welcome creatures. There's some old mines and
Yeah,
stuff in there that are fine for doing something like this.
yeah. I mean, again, she'll meet him in her the drow form.
Oh yeah.
I suspect somewhat disguised. You know, she doesn't have like the cicatrix tattooed on her face currently.
Well, drow are not really welcome at all in this region. Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems like
well,
people are frightened and have bad experiences with drow that lead them to think that maybe you should just kill you on sight.
yeah. I mean, that's
It
the
probably
right
is a lot of
assessment.
like hood and cloak and dagger
Well,
sort of
what
thing.
I'm saying is that she, you know, with her incredible self, like it's not that she tries not to be seen because that is very hard to do all the time. It's more so that she tries not to be like clocked as, hey, this is, you know, incredible murder person instead of, hey, this is a murder person.
Yeah.
She's okay with being a murder person. She just doesn't want to be, hey, you know, hey, you heard the story of the big black dragon who got murdered? You know, that's this person. No.
I mean, there definitely is the situation, right, where the Flame Fist try to arrest her,
Yeah.
which
Well,
might end
they
with
get
them
paid
dead
off.
or bribed to look away.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
also have it.
definitely. It's like the one-shot Blades in the Dark episode where just pay everyone off.
But you wanted to talk to Sam.
Yes.
Yeah, you can find him. He's in a mine. It's like a old, rundown place, but he's there. We'll
Is there
certainly greet you.
any water at all here, or like?
Yeah, there's a moat.
Okay, I was gonna say, is this a dry mine? That would not be.
They flood them when they're done with them usually.
Yeah. Has he has some kind of security here? Is it?
There's some people. Not many, but he doesn't need a lot. Beyond that, I've tried to look into the local kobold tribes. I mean, I thought, why not?
What have you found?
Oh, there aren't that many of them. Further to the south, perhaps near the Cloud Peaks. I haven't traveled that far, after all, and my duty has been to take care of things here.
Wait, did he say undead?
No.
Oh,
Kobolds.
okay. I think my sound might have cut out for a little bit there.
Right. He
What did he say?
is wasting your time telling you where he thinks there might be more kobold tribes than there is the Cloakwood.
Oh. Is that valuable information to me?
No, I don't think so. But you asked what he had to report or what news were going on. Beyond that, of course, there's some movement from they continuously want to try to expand, and the city resists them, though there hasn't been actual fighting. But I assume you're here for the other information. Some thieves, or that's what I would think of them as, assassins or the like, are still in the city, but the vast majority of this plot is still taking place in Akatla, capital. Haven't been there either. I could not hide. Too many people, too many wizards.
It's a good call to say that right up front before the cicatrix was like, hey, you're going on a field trip. Yes. Do you have any ideas of the guards who have been paid off?
Oh yes, well,
by this
of
person.
course. I should have a good idea of who's in whose pocket. Not that it really matters. I don't think they will be much of a problem for someone who thinks they can take on. So far, it seems the plan is to simply have them distract or not be around conveniently. I think whoever wants this simply wants the Duke alone.
Yes, I suspect so.
He won't be, of course. There's always those who are loyal or who might take the money and change their mind when it comes down to it. But they are mercenaries. They're good ones, for the most part. But we have mercenaries. And they are not a threat to you or I.
They fight for themselves. If it is their life or his, I suspect they will make the right choice.
Might be good to get
Or
rid of the
be
brave ones anyway. What I'm saying is I don't
Yes.
think they will have much of an impact.
good.
Ideally, this should be done before the greater part of the Lost Alliance discovers what's happening. If given a day or two to react, they can certainly bring down forces from Waterdeep or elsewhere. Wizards, most likely. They can travel quickly.
There's a hiss.
He doesn't like them either. He has
Yeah,
terrible
no, we have much
experiences.
the same experience.
Yeah, wizards exchanges glance.
Yeah.
They'll get here quickly.
There's a flashback.
Yeah. You know. So whatever should be done, it should be done quickly.
I was considering whether I should simply be at this confrontation, either as part of the guard or hiding, and killing both birds with one stone, and then, well, getting out. It'd be a shame if these two people had killed each other in the confrontation mystically.
Is killing them the goal then?
Well, not quite. I need to capture them. And do some research. They have powers that could be utilized. Powers that do not belong to mere mortals, but would be served better in our kind, I think, as it is so often the case.
Ethelstyn shrugs. He very much has gone into contentment of simply getting to be a dragon again, and has
Yeah,
basically killed whatever other ambitions he might have had because it's just not worth it. So he just shrugs. Yes, it pleases you. I'll keep an eye on things. Maybe after this is done, there will be a little bit of a power vacuum here. It'd be a shame if we were to expand operations.
indeed. Yeah, Vesicantix looks at him like, this is... Like, he never really got the room in Westgate to do this, but this was sort of what she thought he would do, So she's a little pleased.
Yeah, he seems perfectly
get the
happy to be basically removed from what happens over there in Westgate.
Yeah,
this
you
is,
know
this
what?
is this is a pond where he gets to be the big fish. he likes that.
Yes. I respect it. It's not like he was ever gonna... And as long as he's, like, connected to the Black Network here, I can still I can still use him for information, Does he get the feeling that he's heard of the fight with Severius? He must have, right?
Oh yeah,
Maybe not?
he's heard
Okay.
about it. He doesn't mention it. He hasn't called you
Yeah.
like Black Dread or anything like that.
Oh, no, God. That's a... No, alright, yeah.
Again, he's very much removed himself from that whole situation. He just doesn't want to fight anything that's remotely close to his level, because if he loses, then
Yeah,
we'll give Mel a
it'll be a
chance.
blob.
He feels like he's taking whatever
that's
risk he
tough,
needs.
huh? If I die, I go to hell.
Well, he
Motherfucker.
might too, for all you know. But
Well,
that's
I
good too,
mean,
right?
yeah, at one
Yeah.
point, I suppose he can't keep being goop.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Well, that's the plan then. I suppose
Might be
Yeah.
good, but I still have a soul.
Yeah.
basically it is a soul, just liquefied and tied up.
Sad times when you're like, oh man, at least you have a liquefied soul.
Yeah. So that's the plan then. Just wait until it happens and then be there in the middle of it.
Well, yeah, I want to
Yeah.
try and infiltrate, but again, if it happens next year, I might see time because my faction is it's been doing a lot of work.
Yeah, it's good. It's all good. Well, then we're back to Emizuria then. You're spending a lot of time away.
Sure are. You want to take like a bathroom break or something before we settle into this? I don't know whether either of you need a break, because it sounds like we're going to get into more intense shit.
It's a fighting time.
Well, Ganazar brought back the ritual, and that doesn't require like a check
Yes.
for Nova Creator slowly. It just takes time, and me expending gold.
It'll be a slow.
Of which we have now.
Terrible.
I could go for a quick bathroom break.
All right, yeah.
before-
Let's take a couple of minutes then.
You know, 4E combat does take a while.
I'll be right back as well. So
Okay. I'll entertain the viewers. Hey viewers, how's it going? Viewers, just between you and me, I snuck away during that conversation with Zeph was done. I got little snippets of it. Got myself some fresh bread, and I haven't had jam in a while. A beautiful, like, cherry jelly made locally. Got some of that. It's not exactly good finger food for a session, but what the hell? Figure I'd have some. Been eating light relatively this month. Medical stuff. It's what had our session canceled 3 weeks ago. This is a combat encounter that's been on the horizon for quite some time. Been teased for a long while. Now it's here. In a different form than I had originally considered, but that's what group storytelling's all about. Gonna crash an Earth mode into the Warm Hill, my old lair, that I dedicated from Nobanian to Malar. And then in the face of witnesses and allies, I have to fight this corrupted, weakened divine essence. Not a god, but like an exarch of some kind. Still has a divine spark, which I don't. And I'm the only dragon. Emizuria Leader hasn't fought a fight alone since, she won't really be like alone, but she hasn't fought a fight like this since the, Mind Flayer corrupted, like, Aberration Dragon. Which she did well at, but that's her specialty. This is specialty adjacent. But, Nobanian is very much specialized against her. I don't know the outcome, but there are super high stakes attached here. Unlikely to die given my depths of survivability that I have on tap. But losing seems very real to me. And losing this challenge, and what that might mean for the region, especially if Nobanian in this corrupt form is unleashed upon the region, seems problematic for the region. Hopefully you viewers enjoyed the nuance of the shading of the character and interactions with Norloth Summerspa. I thought it worthwhile. As I have written on my character sheet, my dragon's alignment is dragon. They operate on their own scales of, like, thought and consideration. Or the long timetable.
I'm back.
I've been talking to the nebulous viewer while you have been gone. I'm good at that. I've been doing that for 12 years.
Yeah.
Monologuing.
Yep.
Back to. Amazing.
has been the best part of the podcast for everyone. It's just me
Podcast.
talking, monologuing.
I don't know. I've been doing some talking earlier today. It hasn't been airy
Yeah.
diplomacy like having to talk to 16 Black Dragons having an Evander High Castle.
Poor Evander
I
Castle.
appreciate it.
And then Ganazar.
You know what? He's yeah. That's how I felt. I was like, oh my god, the power of the Shadow Weave. And then it was like, I could just look to him and I was like, yeah, Char's not gonna be a better fucking deity. She's not gonna be great to me either.
Very nice and understanding. Here. The lady of grief and loss and pain. Yeah.
You know, at least, yeah, Char, like, offers you, like, you can, well, at least, like, the ambassador, you can play around with, though in retrospect, considering how dumb that ambassador was to, like, openly provoke you and, like, bitch and, like, having enslaved you, maybe those offers were not.
I was like, who the fuck are you? No, what? No.
Really
like, if there was any chance, you sent me the wrong fucking dude.
No, you didn't do that before you had said no.
Well, you know.
He tried to stick, right?
Yeah, he tried to stick with the big fucking dragon.
And see, people, that's what happens when you fail intimidate check.
Yeah.
People get unhappy with you.
I don't know.
Then you get murdered.
I feel like there's situations, I mean, this is true, like, in the role-playing, where it's like, you want to attempt an action, it's like, there's no, like, chance of failure here. That auto-fails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's is really high.
Yeah, to threaten the Black Dragon that had just taken down the epic...
No, as you know, if you set a number attached to it, that means it's beatable. Just don't set a number, like...
Yeah.
It's impossible, like, you can't convince me of your lies, like, whether you're telling the truth, if I just adamantly believe you're lying to me.
Yeah, some mook. She sent me some mook. Unnamed.
Emissary mook number 51.
Yeah, he was like, oh, central casting, I need number 8 mook, please. And I'm like, no, fuck you.
Premium messenger. Well, maybe she was looking for you to be the person to send to other people.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Murder dragon chosen of Char.
No.
Lady of Shadow.
That's right.
Frostgrave. Fireborn.
I mean, you could have been sponsored by both Char and Umberly. It's not conflicting, like, mistresses. Like, they have different portfolios.
Yeah,
Complementary.
Well.
Alright. So,
I don't know if they are. Yes.
Yeah, the Ganazar will eventually bring the the ritual book.
Okay.
Very finely made. There probably is some sort of note or message from Velignith that basically says, like, have fun,
I can see the little smiley.
He's early just here would, like, read the note and, like, just snorts, like, of course.
Yeah.
Well. The Green Dragon's exertion of power is not through rituals, but Novacree right here, who's always wanted to do crazy shit, in his pursuit of ever reaching upward for bigger and better things. So he's gonna have Zircon with him. Doesn't want to send like a larger group to attract attention, and she doesn't want to send herself because she doesn't want this to be tracked. A certain like hunter can keep his eyes on the Green Dragon, but not Novacree. Doesn't want like that to, let the moat have time to travel over. Zircon and Novacree will go together in the west to find and pick a suitable like Earth moat. And with like, some druids to like fly around and shit. And then that ritual can begin in earnest, and then the 10-day process of slowly transporting that. How much is this going to cost? This might matter for my notes,
Yes. Let's see here. That 10 days is 10 castings. Each casting is 50,000 gold pieces.
That's what I thought. Minus 500,000 gold pieces.
5 healing searches.
Oh, Lord. Well, that doesn't matter for you. That would take me down to 3.
Well, I'm not the one doing the ritual.
Oh,
Eric.
that's true.
NPCs don't have healing surges anyway. He's fine.
No, it's fine. Oh, see, I need a vigil caster.
Just gets exhausted. The effort. But I don't
Well.
agree.
It's like minus 500,000 gold pieces for the 10-day of. That's what I thought the price was from last session, but I just wanted to make sure.
You know, I assume
Yeah.
we take whichever one is the most convenient instead of like shopping around, because some of them would be further away than that. But
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah.
I'm not made out of.
where's my adamantine? Leave
What
here,
about
right?
how we should make a roll to see if we can find a
No.
flying island
No.
that is suited,
No.
maybe has
No.
platinum in it.
No.
Take 50 years.
I already pursued that minigame.
As
We've
as
seen it
Nova
already.
Cree, we'll take control of it, wielding
Ultimate power.
basically as he reads the damn book, right? You have to actually learn the ritual. It seems what it does really is just it uses the elemental power of the earth mode to sort of shift it around naturally, moving part of the field that normally holds it and sort of gliding it more than actually sort of moving it. That's why it's sort of slow, because really it's sort of like a wind is pushing it. And 1 mile, per hour is not very slow. Yeah. Which might eventually bore him a little bit, but then again, he always gleefully can look down and have the idea of what happens if he stops. He drops a small mountain on ground, flying it sort of over the Death King's domain, avoiding the peaks because it's just trouble to lift it up so high. Sort of going over the goblin cracks here instead, maybe over the fort here, just sort of swinging up over the grove,
I get you.
the grove, and then moving over the eel fort. Slowly.
Yeah. I like to imagine the day-to-day lives of your minions, Ari, in this circumstance.
They see a strange mountain on the horizon. Those shouldn't move.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, what do you do? Like, oh, hey,
Like, like they report to their superiors and so on and so forth, but like the most like powerful like member is basically like Duke Getra in Westgate, and that ain't gonna help.
No,
What,
he's
where?
not
I
even-
don't care.
yeah, okay, yeah.
No,
I mean, right now, right? Her lair is not in the Ilford, right? So there's like a lieutenant there, who's taking care of things, keeping the fucking mountain things in order.
Yep.
But where's he gonna go?
Like imagine all the goblins as well as like this, like they see this like floating thing out, as in the sky.
I feel like the goblins just like get down on their knees and start praying to it. Oh, mighty Lord, the mountain
you
finally
can,
have awakened.
imagine it. It has like a waterfall falling off of it, right? Some trees
Yeah.
up there and stuff that just shake and
Yeah.
twist. Some weird gases coming off. It's sort of a very magical thing. Floating island.
Right. I would think maybe the mark like seek down in Vesicatrix's lair, not because it's pretty deep down, so it's probably the better chance of survival.
Yeah, what's emergency protocol? Like, let me flip in the
Because-
handbook here.
But she's not down there, and she would want him to be alive, surely. What? I gotta go out in the water. That's not gonna
That's
matter.
right. Page
Like-
37 of like the employee like pamphlet. In case of
But we can
Yeah.
imagine the view right in the morning
Oh,
from the
yeah.
hill. Should
One
look out
person
over
goes
the...
up there, and then it's like, wait, what's that? And then they call and suddenly, like every link in the chain in the Eel Fort, it stands in that battlement, like, oh fuck.
just like slowly with like water falling off of it, like it creeps closer every like sunrise and sunset.
Yeah, it blocks out the sun as it rises.
I don't.
Well,
Don't-
eventually,
You've
but
gone
at
too
first
far.
it's at the other end. But it
Ah,
is
well,
it
damn
is it is big. It's
Yeah.
basically like a city block, mostly made of metals and rock, and then
Fuck.
Imagine a city block.
hovering up there. It's
Oh man. I really want
It's
to
gonna
roll.
make a mess of whatever it lands upon. Falling, of course, is not with any acceleration. Suddenly it just stops hovering, right? Which will make it so slowly gather speed. But it's gonna be a bad time to have all that rock and earth and metals and things land on anything. Right? There's going to be earthquakes surrounding it. There's going to be a shock wave you can feel for a long distance.
What a one-shot consumable I'm paying for. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
It is
No regrets. I love this.
It is. I mean, it's huge. Yeah. As it
I can't take
hovers-
this money with me to the grave, Harry.
hovers over the lake. It's the kind of thing that if he dropped it into the water here, right, it would like flood the whole water around. You empty the lake for just
Yeah.
a moment, and then it's sort of
It's a good thing that Vercingetorix doesn't know that this fucking squirmy wizard is the one who has to do this.
It's a good thing she's not here to see that.
Yeah.
She'll only
What
get to
in
hear
the
stories.
Think of the epic power Novacree holds in his fingertips. Whatever he chooses to be under him that doesn't move away at faster than 1 mile per hour
Doesn't
can
move
be
away.
disintegrated.
He can keep doing this for the rest of his life so long as he can pay the
As
cost.
long as there keeps
Yeah.
being like... Basically, it's just like, I imagine you place like ingredients and wealth and Brazilium there, and it just like is consumed to continue this
Yeah.
process of movement, right?
Yep.
Magic. Eating away
But
at
he
it.
looks really cool while he does it, and that's what's important for him.
The Green Dragon is deeply pained. Like, she spent such a short amount of time with us, well, from the Black Dragon forward bird. But like, as far as this goes, this is a better alternative. Like, this is basically the fulfillment of, like, I don't want to have
What's
to
her
go in
soul?
there.
You know, what's a soul worth?
But for the freedom.
Yeah.
Where does she watch from? 'Cause I assume
While
she's
she
not on
has,
it.
yeah, while she has like Zircon and like Novacree, like Zircon watching over Novacree as like the begin to transport, she is with the Buled and sort of like spending time as she has like earlier this year, so it's nothing different, right? As if like she's back to like investigating, and she remains sort of like walking around a bit with her Buled, finding snacks. Not so much flying, just she's taking her pet out, wink, on a stroll.
Yeah. It's very important when you have a bullet that you go for a walk with it, they'll have fresh air.
So when she starts seeing like the like it off, like floating in the sky, like over like the Giant's Red Mountain several days later, that's when she'll start like relocating like south of the river, and then begin like she's not flying, although she moves fast, and so does the Bulette. And she like begins to like head towards like the Eel Fort from like the south, from like this direction here.
I was more thinking how close can it be?
The closer it gets to the Worm Hill, the closer like she'll get to the traveling party. But she's not going to be like within sight of the Worm Hill until like it's time to go.
As
Like
the monkey things and whatnot of the rooms that are sort of on top of it will,
Yeah.
screech and not really know how to react to the
Right.
suddenly being
Like-
underground on the surface.
Like those monkey things and like their savagery from like what she saw at a distance earlier this year, like last session was described. And so she doesn't really like want to like go provoke them or get into an altercation right now.
They seem to sort of be made of a mix of blood and fire.
A blue fire?
Not
Oh.
too fast. But yeah. It gets done, right? Novacree will
Okay.
slowly move the thing up over the hill, so we have that beautiful shot, right, of the sun above, and then the mountain, and then the hill. And he's like, he looked majestic at first, but at this point he's been working for a long time, and is probably feeling somewhat ragged. I don't think he looks tired. I think it's like manic, right?
He's just supposed to be done with it at this
Someone
point.
who hasn't slept for 10 days, and have just been working, keeping up with coffee, so probably like wide eyes, and sort of a slightly crazy grin because finally it's time for the fireworks,
It's just been like the slow build up and anticipation for him. Like when I finally can drop this thing, it's gonna be awesome.
First up the mountains, and then you can see it. From up the mountains, you can begin to see the lake, and you're like, just keep going. You know.
Finally, I made it through these stupid mountains.
God damn them! Oh, someone really did
The
something
Cicatrix
awesome at
feels
one point up here.
chill as it passes. Like, oh, something is wrong.
As yeah, I mean, anyone from any, it can be seen from very far away, right? When you hover something massive like up here, and I suppose at some point when the thing is in place, you know,
Mm-hmm.
the plan here is just for Novacree, I think, is drop it and fly upwards.
Yeah,
You know, just
almost like it's a counterweight. It goes down, he goes up.
when something like this comes down, a lot of stuff might be ejected from the surface and up real high. I mean, especially like dropping a meteorite.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see it from a distance. Maybe Missouri is like on a hill. I mean, we know the mud hills lie down here, you know.
Yeah.
So there's sort of some high rises to be upon to see this thing. Suddenly just hovering there, almost majestically, right? Idyllically, sort of the waterfall coming down and such. Like, the birds having flown over to see what's up, and then suddenly it just like cracks. Bits begin falling off as it veers and sort of moves to one side slightly before breaking in half. As the whole thing begins to collapse and crack, you know, you can sort of see it before she can hear it, given this distance. As pieces fall off and just fall down and turn into like clouds of dust. As somewhere in it, some elemental effect like blows up a part of it, flinging a piece like 100 miles that way. As fire erupts a couple of places and streaks along it, other bits falling off. Well, again, one of them like falling and rolling into the lake as the main body of metal sort of cracks directly down, going at first slow and then suddenly very fast into what
dragon.
just becomes like an explosion of dust, ejected high enough that it hits the atmosphere and sort of clouds around in a plume.
The green dragon definitely flinches, and I'm pretty sure even the elder Direbulet just like burrows underground.
Oh yeah. At that point, you know, she can begin to hear it as the sound comes and catches up to sort of like a first snapping cracks and then the boom. That sort of even over here will like push her backwards. Like it's one of these things that anything sort of in surrounding ones would shatter glass or rupture eardrums, right? While out here, it sort of is more of a just a you can almost like feel it, or at least your ears will sort of begin to ring as it passes. And left in the distance is this basically dust storm, cloud of dust and smoke and cinders, for that matter. When all the rock collided, the friction made it so that most of it began to melt or even light on fire in the smoking crater hole. As pieces of rock still continue falling down, and will for an hour or two, as some of it has been ejected high enough up that it takes a while for it to sort of fall down. Mostly in this region, but smaller bits will sort of be falling down from other regions around.
I hope the paladin made it okay. He probably had the proper time to figure out what the hell was happening. Yeah, probably like 5 minutes of just being awestruck with that destruction, and then getting the Buled back to the surface. And Ymizurli Dazir goes forward to link up with Zircon and the Flying Novacree, because there is a mission now, a move to the Shrine of Malar from the south.
What was the Shrine of Malar? There's no shrine, or hill. That place will need a new name. Because this crater is deep. deep enough and sort of riffled enough as she moves forward. Like maybe even given like an hour or something for some of the dust to clear.
Mm-hmm.
So not going blind,
Yeah.
knowing that the other thing will not have a problem with that at all.
She starts move to going closer, and then just all of the dust, and she's forced to like slow down to like link up with the two humanoids.
Also, not wanting to be pelted by burning, melting rocks. And so unpleasant.
Yeah, it's probably bad.
Yeah. Map.
Okay. Now, Ari, question for you.
Yes.
Did you think about who you wanted to control if you're going to control two?
Well, I have them both open.
Okay.
But I'm willing to just control one.
Well, I have my character who is very complicated, and
Yeah, I can try and control both. I mean, I might seek roleplay guidance from you because I mean, you obviously know
Sure.
them better. But
well, I mean, so the Elder Dire Buled, I would tell
I
you, is
feel
probably
like-
just gonna like is based on like the savagery of the site.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
probably fight until it like drops to like 40 HP or fewer, and it's
Yeah.
just gonna like go in, like just it's a skirmisher by the sheet, and he's willing to like wage war. Zircon is cautious. He has a teleport move speed, and he's
I feel
going
like he
to.
stays behind. He stays.
Yeah.
He stays a little way.
Nova Cree will be flying, just raining down destruction and fury, and will probably will be really reluctant to leave before the dragon does. But based on sheer cowardice, may end up leaving, like if he drops to like 50 HP or something. Like a quarter of his
He doesn't have a lot.
yeah, not just bloodied, but like super bloodied. But it would be like leaving before the dragon would probably be.
I've made a map
Yeah,
visible.
I see that.
Yeah, I made it big just because I feel like it's important to stress the
Magnitude
scope
of
here,
destruction.
the size we're dealing with. It's pretty huge. And there's basically what sort of things it looks like. Pieces of rock are still sort of slowly falling down. Pieces about the size of these big chunks here. Many of them that land smashing holes in the surface. Even some of them rattling down further as mud is pouring into boiling close. Probably people in the Underdark below is having a really bad time as well. The quakes and
They're like, oh no, not again! more land is collapsing from
most
above.
of the ground here is not actually like dirt. It's like the hardened, muddy rock that lies between this and the Underdark. The actual dirt has been ejected out to the sides of the crater. She can sort of fly through this place, looking at just the sheer destruction she has wrought.
It's okay. It was her home. She used to live here. It's fine.
It doesn't feel holy to anyone, nor does it feel, well, it does feel very warm. Pleasantly warm. You can imagine some of these big rocks here still have like glowing stuff inside them.
Yeah. I bet. So who is it that you want, Ari? Since you said you had two open.
Yeah, just
The
looked
Buled and
over.
Nova Cree?
They are the most actionable in this fight. I just looked at Circon and I was like, oh, and I was like, oh, you can bolster like against Dominate and Charm. I'm like, that doesn't sound like. I mean, but who do you want to play the most?
I have my own personal character to like think about.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take Nova Cree and Buled. Seems like they'll
Okay.
be doing the most work.
Okay.
Oh, look at this nice, great place.
The Southern Trio
Show-
like arrives here, and it was really just sort of like admires like sort of like the rock destruction and chaos, and then inhales deeply, almost like splutters and chokes on the dust, and roars out a single word, "No Banyan."
A little while, but the shape of it is unmistakable, as it will move and coalesce through the ground. Pretty capable of teleporting as it wishes.
That's right. Can keep teleporting closer and closer to me and out of that.
As it will coalesce upon a pile of rubble. Still more little bits are sort of falling down, right? Seen through the smoke as this lion, the fiery, bluish, glowing mane, eyes made entirely of white and blue flame. Entire body is almost like slightly see-through, not so much just glowing. Its gaze is fixed on Emissary. And at that point,
Green Dragon momentarily loses her confidence. So this is a divine entity here.
Oh, I can't. Elder Bullet can't. I can't roll for
I will
Elder
do it.
Bullet. Wow, roll better. Jesus.
Yeah. Were you able to roll for Novagru? No, because we can edit those macros.
I'll do it for.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
All right, there we go.
That works out. Hey, I rolled a 19. Sweet.
Yeah. As it begins to, it seems to just want to shift and sort of move closer in a but this is the battlefield, right? You've come here to challenge it. So
I sure have. Emissary Ludrathir focuses as a minor action. Give herself 93 temporary hit points. Boom. Go ahead and add those. A move action will go into a minor action to activate Shield of the Iron Mind for a +4 power bonus to will and saving throws while in the zone. As a standard action, let me think here real quick. We definitely have the Sea Shimmer Cloak active and on, because I don't think the Choker of Eloquence matters here today.
It's going to be a conversation.
Not going to be much in the way of conversation. I think the standard action will be converted to a move as she flies forward. 9. Oh, no. Yeah, she flies forward. 9.
Sure.
Zircon will spend his standard action to activate his Rock Burst armor. It grants him 50 temporary hit points. Each creature that hits him with a melee attack take 3d8 plus 9 and 1d8 psychic. As a move action, with his newfound extra speed, he will teleport 5. Basically just be like on like this cliffside. I don't think he has a minor action that's really... He has Bolster Will. Well, that's not going to be something you need to do right now, buddy. That's going to be the end of his turn.
Okay.
Novacree, apparently his move speed on his token was speed 6, fly 8. So
yeah, on
his character sheet, it's 6 6.
6. Yeah.
So what if the character sheet is superior? Then it'll just be fly 7. He's got right now instead of fly 9. Which one's right, the token or the character sheet, Bedica?
I believe it's the character sheet. Let me just check.
Right.
I have the most updated. Novacree, what's your speed? Like 6 and 6.
Okay, then he flies 7 hover.
Yes, I mean he's not gonna go past Emmy, right? That's
Foolhardy.
I mean,
that said, this enemy does not seem to have eyes for him.
Oh, this could be a big chance.
Like, how could you possibly ignore the mighty Brass Prince after everything that just transpired?
Look at what he did.
So far away.
But might be intimidated that this thing seems undeterred.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, I want to be like, oh, I want to like charge, but it's like, I mean,
no, like you have range 20 like powers, but even that's too far.
Yeah, right? I feel like
So you have a move, and like I suppose, Nova Kree can just shoot out there further to the left.
yeah, I was like, he's just putting himself in the right position to strike, aid you is what his aim is always to do. So that's his just getting ready.
All right. At the beginning of Rubenion's turn, he will, as a free action, teleport
Yeah.
speed in the direction of his. Here. Okay. Then we'll move. We're in the air.
Yep.
Then he will roar. Use a lion grace. As a pair of great eagle wings made of blue flame will sprout from the lion's back.
Diabulate is sad.
Hey, it's probably gonna just burrow him, just like go 16, like after Nobanian.
Yeah, I think so. That's basically what it does. It's underground. I don't know if we have a state for that.
We don't. It doesn't happen that often.
You're just hidden.
Yeah,
Like,
that
yeah,
works. Digging in hot dirt.
Yeah, that's it. That's him. What's he gonna do?
Okay. Oh, sorry. One moment.
Of course.
Also, Manika, I have a question.
Yeah.
Because it says as part of it a free action. Let me just read here.
Yeah.
Part of a free action, they could do a long jump, but
Standing
I can't.
long jump.
That's like you need athletics score for that usually.
It's not gonna it's gonna be able to jump. You say it just jump 8.
Oh, it can jump it. Okay, I was gonna say like, I don't know. Like normally, like for player characters, it's like, oh, your athletics checks divided by 10, and I was like, that seems like a lot of fucking work. I don't know about that.
Oh shit. Okay. The dragon flies forward 9. And as she flies forward, she lands here. Lands on the ground.
That is very happy.
As she is not fighting this in the air. Let me see here. The standard action, she then teleports to the second tricks. Just fucking with you. A standard action. I am sort of out of reach of things. I could use it in a move charge. Tilt my head. I do have stuff I could do on a charge, but I don't think I want to charge. I think Elisa earlier this year is going to use a standard action to taunt Nobanian. Like, just make like a rude gesture with like her claws.
Right. Do the sort of, oh, come here.
Yeah, come here. And opening herself up to being charged by former Exarch of Sylvanas, covered in spellfire. Yeah, she thinks she can take that. Minor action to lead into that. She ends her turn. Her con teleports 5, and probably is going to convert his standard into a move, as his reach is at most 10. He teleports 5 again. It's the end of his turn.
Upgrade.
Aerie measures out in mute.
Oh, I'm muted. I was gonna say he is in range. Yes. Oh, not for all his attacks.
Yeah, and that's why you have a move action if you want to get closer.
Yes. Fly 7. Now he's well in range. Yes. All right. It is time for the Chaos Bolt. Wait, that's still not in range, is he?
Chaos Bolt is range 12.
12? Yes. Oof.
Yeah. So you're doing your infinite power to allow Novagrid to use 2 different powers?
Yes, but I was going to do it after.
Sure.
Do I have to do it before?
I don't think
Yes, it is infinite power is an at-will power that lets you use 2 other powers.
So
Okay,
yes,
well,
that's the power you're using first.
infinite power! Oh, that's the word.
Roll a 1.
That's a miss.
Novagrid's more now.
That feels great. Yeah. Chum.
Wow. You
I
have
mean-
Force Volley as a range 20 and Ray of Gilded Flame as a range 20.
Yeah. Yeah, we can, Ray of Gilded Flame, you know. Ray of
brass
Gilded Flame.
The
Yeah, that
Brass
sounds
Prince.
very cool.
Yeah.
The Brass Prince tries again!
And he
That
fires
is-
it. That also misses the.
I was gonna say 33 against a god.
That's okay. Novagrid's got a lot more where that comes from.
Oh, so much fire. He's only getting started. He's heating up, one might say. No.
Teleport there. And then
Charge.
He just teleports here. Straight into it. He knows what he's here to do. He is only Fury. That is all. So there's a couple of options here. The boss got fire bite. So I think he will just start with the bite. Now he does have Mad Fury. Would do. And maybe there's time for that to do both bite and claw attacks. The counter power. So the first attack will be a bite attack.
Okay. That does not hit and provokes an immediate reaction attack from Emisery Leaderthier.
All right,
44 versus armor class.
that hits.
19 untyped damage, and Emisery Leaderthier teleports behind Nobangan. The psychic-like power just phases through and around the flaming, raging lion.
Then it will do 2 claw attacks. Claw of the Lion God. 2.
Those both miss.
Alright.
Dragon is tough and swift and has prepared for facing Nobangan himself.
Rips and tears where the dragon was. Alright, well, it'll spend an action point. Fine. So it is. And then it will simply claw and rake another time. 2 claw attacks. No bite.
The 46 will miss unless it's a crit.
It is not.
The reason why it'll miss is because I have Helm of Able Defense. I have not been hit yet. In addition, I have my Blood Iron Armor active. Helm of Able Defense is not a typed bonus. So that has me an armor class of 47.
I can tell you, there was a natural 1 in one of these attacks.
Gotcha.
Overall, they
That's
were
good.
pretty crap.
That's comfort. That's comforting, by the way.
Yeah. Was that attack you did against him a melee attack?
It would have been, yes.
A melee attack. All right, because he is made of fire.
Understandably, I thought there would be a fiery
so
thing.
there is that.
Okay, cool, gotcha.
Any melee attack that hits deals 15 fire psychic damage.
All right, I'm at 78 temporary hit points.
It's touching him. The blue fire sort of lashes out, trying to.
You're not gonna use
I'm
your
sure
diamond
we'll
bracers?
That's a minor action on my turn. Eric.
Oh, okay. Bulette sees a target. Can't charge, sadly. But there's flanking. And, then it's gonna bite. And miss. Horribly.
It had its jaws to use as well, which, it must be burrowing. as it like
Well, that's
appears and
true.
aha. And keep that in mind because the like can burrow again at some point.
Easy to borrow. Just dick.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Alright.
Uh,
Also keep in mind if you ever wanted that these guys each have an action. People forgot that.
yeah. All right. All right. Does it provoke when it goes underground?
Does it have something that says it doesn't?
Yeah.
So
Let me see.
it has its Earth Furrow move action. That's a recharge thing, which moves up to its burrow speed just below the surface of the ground, avoiding opportunity attacks as it passes underneath other creature squares. It can make a single bite attack against one creature it passes under. You moved and did a standard action.
Yes. All right.
Alright.
Next turn.
Wizard.
Okay. As a minor action, I will activate the Diamond Bracers. I'm picking up Resist 15 Fire. I have base Resist 10 Psychic, so in the future my hits will have me just take 5 damage.
Yeah.
Diamond Bracers. Okay. Okay. As a standard action, if there would be one creature that would have prepared for this after being able to watch Emissary Legithier and see everything else, all the other things she's brought down, an Impossible, an Elder Dragon, it's gotta be no Banyan. Emissary Legithier tenses her body, pulling forth the psychic force and winds that howl around her, to lash out and channel a burst of pain into No Banyan's mind with Mindblade. That'd be a 44 versus Will.
44 versus Will is a hit.
Well, the target falls unconscious. Say events.
Not by much, but it's a hit, yeah.
Oh, my
As
God.
this foe has not prepared much of anything. It is simply Fury.
Yep.
Does not have the capacity to plan.
And that's what the dragon was hoping for, that this thing would just be so rage-filled from its condition and from Malar's control that would have done this.
For a moment, the flame flickers, and I mean, it doesn't fall down, really. It is fire. I suppose it just sort of, like, sways or moves as a natural flame would, right? Almost losing its form. Burning some sort of blue flame, burning some sort of liquid at the bottom.
I take 5 damage, and I did not pick up an epic tier resist psychic potion. That's fine. I'll just keep taking 5 points of damage. I will now action point. As I action point, I become insubstantial and phasing until the start of my next turn. And I will execute a single power point brutal barrage attack against No Banyan, who, as unconscious, is susceptible to a coup de grace. This will be at a +7 to the attack roll. The lowest roll there would be a 41 versus armor class.
One misses.
Okay. Say 40. Say a 46 would be the second lowest one.
That hits.
Okay. That's going to be 3 hits then, which will be 15 damage for me. That's 36 damage plus a 12d12.
God.
110
Fucking
points of damage.
Hammers crit dices. God fucking.
And I take 15 to my temporary hit points, which is 58 now. She begins lashing in her own fury at the unconscious No Banyan. A minor action to unaugment Mark No Banyan, though she doesn't expect that No Banyan will attack anything else.
Unless
And that's the end of her turn.
Zircon.
Okay, Zircon. Well, this shit happened again, he thinks to himself.
Here we go again.
Yep, like, okay. Wants to make sure that he can see, like, No Banyan through the bulette, so he'll go out, like, what, like here? Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah. As he looks at the unconscious form, and he attempts to assert his control over the unconscious creature, he figures, like, now's the time to do that, right? There'll be an extra +7 on this. That'll be a 34 versus Will. Gross.
Overcree. That sweet +7 to hit.
Go get him, Mary. If you're muted.
I am muted again. Great. Well, it is time to use infinite power. And then, I think that, let's see here. It is time for the force volley. Because the target is, currently unconscious.
Yep.
And I need to check the range. That force volley is 20. That's fine. A +4 power bonus to attack rolls if target one creature. That's not put in the macro, is it?
No.
It assumes you're going to use it against multiples, but if you just put it on one, you get a +1.
Yeah,
All right. Does that stack with the?
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be.
Oh.
This is
So
a
that's a
+11.
+11. All right. Go infinite power.
Okay, so that hits,
Well,
and the
that hits,
damage
yeah.
is max, so that's 3d8 plus 12. That'd be 36 points of force damage.
And I guess it's dazed.
Yeah, so at the end of Novakree's next turn.
Wait, but wouldn't his also? Yeah, crit. Yeah, so that's what we're doing here. Crit
Yes.
fishing.
Yeah.
And then, we're gonna do the gilded flame. +11.
We do +7.
It's
so
+7,
40,
yes.
It's a +44 versus armor
44
class.
just hits.
So 2d8 is 16 plus 8 is 24. 24
24
fire and
damage.
radiant damage.
That's right.
He's pretty much immune to fire, but not radiant.
Fear the mighty brass dragon.
And now Novakree might want to action point. Zircon held on to his because he's cautious and clutching his pearls. Novakree probably won't get a better chance.
Yeah, I think so. He's fucking. All right. He's gonna do. Let's just see here.
Action point and then infinite power because it's in that will.
Oh, he can do that?
Yeah.
Infinite power! Great.
Standard action to do, and you fire off 2 powers.
Yes. Right.
That's a 43 versus armor class, which just misses.
Yes, and then he would have to use Chaos Bolt, I think. Yes.
That will hit for 2d10 plus 9 is 29 points of damage.
I don't want to push him, but
Well, you gotta be pushed.
yeah, it's not like Novakree cares about that.
You can imagine
Just
what this looks like. First, the force volley shotgun blast, then just like bombarding with.
No, it's like
everything.
Dragon Ball Z without all the talking. Well, no, actually, with the talking.
Hovering there. Shooting something that can't fight back.
After a 10-day, finally, Novakree.
Oh, much power.
Does Novakree want to move? Because you didn't move him, you got to move action.
I mean, I think he's fine here.
Alright.
He's in range.
Right.
That's,
Yeah.
Saving throw. No.
Rolled a
Alright.
1 on a
Oh.
saving throw.
That's pretty
Oh.
huge, I'd say.
Ah! Woo! I was afraid because I just imagined the picture of the enemy going unconscious and just like this sinister, like a furious Malorite giant Bulette, and then the enemy is just right served there on a platter, and I was like, oh no, he's gonna be heartbroken. But he won't. So how many squares is it? 2 enough for charge?
Yes.
I mean, he's not going to provoke here, so might as well. Charge!
Charging has to be the nearest square.
Okay.
But you can move
Also, no.
like over here and then charge that way. Charging is
Where
a
was I?
standard
Was here.
action, right?
Yes, I mean,
Yes, charging's a standard action.
You want to go there, you can
Uh.
move here and then charge. What you want to do?
yes.
Yeah, do it.
Cause when I charge, oh, that's low rolls on 2d8. Is that in there?
We're not seeing your. What do you mean low rolls
Oh,
into it? We haven't seen an attack
2d6.
roll. We haven't seen an attack roll from you.
No, but when I charge, it deals 2d6 extra damage. So
Oh,
is
okay.
that
It rolls
what
every
is
time you
rolled
use
in
the
there?
macro.
I
You
got
do
you,
that when
yeah.
you're hit.
Oh, okay.
It's not
And
automatic
then-
damage.
I understand.
It's a bite, right? That's its basic attack.
Unless it has its jaws, in which it must be burrowing, and its rising burst, which
it's
also
fine.
has it must be burrowing.
Ugh.
Even
Plus-
+7 is a 34 for Zoran Glass, which way misses.
And natural one
Yeah.
always misses.
Yeah, natural one always misses.
Oh,
you
Gillette
wanna
does,
fight
Gillette does
fire?
have an action point. Yep.
Yeah, it's got an action point. This is not okay. Now,
Oh,
in count, well, all the other things are if it's burrowed, so.
I would actually have taken half damage because of my insubstantial.
Right!
So I will be at.
That'll hit
64.
plus 7, right?
Yeah.
That'll hit.
So camp damage, because the target is absolutely prone,
Oh yeah.
is 32 plus 15. Debanion takes 47 damage. And the Bulette takes 15.
Ow. That's a trade we're willing to make. This is a fucking HP sponge.
Yeah.
It only makes it stronger.
Okay, I'm no longer insubstantial and phasing. And surprisingly, the Green Dragon, folks don't often stay out when she puts them out like this. This is this is a treat. Okay. Unfortunately, the Bulette is there. She's not alone with it, but that's fine. We'll figure out other things to do. Well, since it is unconscious, yeah, she'll actually continue to stick with a single power point brutal barrage attack.
Good damage.
This will take her down to 15 power points. And there. Our lowest attack rolls there are going to be 2 42s, which will both miss, so that'll be 2 hits.
Alright.
2 hits for 6 plus 8d12, 98 points of damage. Missouri Legions here takes 10 because she hit twice.
Right.
Yeah, tear into it. Move action. I think she's good right now. And minor, yeah, she's still got oodles of temporary hit points. I'm not going to spend anything else. That's the end of the turn.
Right. Zircon.
Zircon kind of tilts his head. Crazy shit he keeps saying here. Cautiously teleports, but wants to teleport more in this angle. Yeah. And will attempt to assert control over the unconscious Nobanian. It'll be a 48 versus Will,
Hey.
which will
48.
be a 2d8 plus 3 damage, looks like 19 psychic damage. He slides Nobanian 1 square. Slide Nobanian 1 square to the left, I guess. And Nobanian is slowed. Save ends. Then I think Zircon will use his action point. Go ahead and mark that it's been expended. And the next thing that he will do is, since it's unconscious, I think he wants to get this out. Mind Grasp, the unconscious Nobanian. That'll be 43 versus Will.
3 just hits.
Okay, that's 2d8 plus 9, that's 16 plus 9, that's 25 damage. Until the end of Zircon's next turn, Nobanian is slowed. Sustain minor to extend the duration of the condition and to repeat the damage? Okay. That seems bullshit, but alright, I like it. Does he have to remain within, like, the same, like, 5 distance
Yes.
for that? I don't know how that works.
He would have to.
Okay, gotcha.
The power still has to be applicable.
Yeah, I understand. Alright, that's the end of, Zircon's next turn. Turn. Novacray.
Novacray knows exactly what to do. Impossible power!
The 40 versus Will.
I don't
Wait, that's the wrong one. There's no minions. Yeah. It was this one I wanted to click. Infinite power!
Oh, shit.
The difference.
Damn, that's a miss. That's a 43 versus reflex.
That hits.
Oh!
Alright, that's, that's 29 psychic damage. And no banions push 2 squares.
Yeah. Fucking.
Has to get around. Alright, let's see if he stays unconscious. Unconsciousness? No. And so.
No.
The daze is gone too. I'm still prone.
The slow is still there because of Zircon's until the end of next turn thing.
Yeah.
Astify retakes its shape. Though, has certainly been somewhat diminished. Horrendous amount of blood. What?
Yes. I want to use my Earth Burrow.
Do that.
Okay. I can make a single bite attack against one creature it passes under. You can just shift it around wherever the fuck you want. It doesn't provoke.
I'll go here.
Why does the Bulette sound like the penguin?
And it can bite as...
Yeah.
Is just
Yeah,
that part of the power?
Part of its move action.
Wow.
Bite speed.
It's a miss.
That's a miss. And then... It's time for the jaws. Oh man.
Roll the 1.
Oh man.
It rubs beneath the ground to try and catch flame in its mouth.
Would have been a great idea.
It's very sad.
I'll cook a run.
Well, I'll have to remember to try and recharge. Yes.
The Bulette isn't sad, it's fucking angry. It's a Malorite
It
beast.
is true.
Just as angry as Nabanyan is, really. Maybe a little bit less, but
Nah, I don't know about
he's
that.
sorry.
Alright. Dragon sees Nobanian. Nobanian, by the way, should have taken... Oh, good, to get that one out of the way. 19 psychic damage upon waking up.
Will do.
Alright. Next up on the list is for Imizure Lidrathir to bring up rock and debris from beneath her claws and body. It's so loosened by the destruction and chaos to swirl around her, and she performs a living... No, wait, shit, Nobanian's... No, he might perpetually be slowed, it's fine. A living fortress attack against Nobanian with combat advantage. With 48 versus armor class.
That hits.
Okay. She has beguiling advantage, as that enemy is slowed, so that'll deal 30 points of damage. Give me a moment.
I am pushing into the thing.
Somewhere, Visigatrix feels sad. She doesn't know why, but she feels like there's an opportunity for efficient murder that she's missing.
Sorry about that, Coles. Alright, 30 points of damage. I have now the Living Fortress. Moves and minors don't need to be spent at this time. I take 5 points of damage. I'm at 49 temporary hit points. I end my turn.
Stick on.
Zircon is kind of concerned in that he's going to be teleporting but doesn't have a shield. But he has his HP. Temporary HP. He'll teleport 5 here as a move action. As a minor action, he renews the Mind Grass. Do I roll damage again? 2d8
Yes.
plus 9? Or does it just do the same, like, flat damage that it did?
You roll it again.
Okay. Mind Grasp. I'll just go ahead and click the macro again. 20 damage.
Damage.
Oh, wow.
And then as a standard action, he is within 4. Is that enough for his close blast? 3. He'll just try to assert control Again, 26 versus Will, it's a no. It's the end of Zircon's turn.
McCree.
Infinite power. Oh,
Misses.
Plus infinite.
there's only a setup for his.
He's
Oh,
too far away from Chaos for Chaos Bolt.
oh.
Like Nova Cree, shove no Banyan. You're too far.
Yes, just a step
Well,
forward and just keep
It
shooting.
is hard to control this incredible power he
Hard
has.
to control chaos, yes.
You know,
Also, it's
it's-
famously don't control a lot.
his own power sometimes is, you know, so grand that it surprises himself.
I bet.
Really, but he's out of actions now, so that's
And you know what there.
Gotcha.
It'll be prone.
I'd do that too.
Then it will. It's being blasted by a lot of things, and it needs to. So, will a cloud of blood as it shakes itself, and it is definitely, as you're fighting it here, not Nobanian spirit that's leading this thing. It is a spirit of Malar. As this power comes to bear, the first attack will be against Emizure, and then the Elder Bullet. Emizure.
That will miss. And the Bulette, even with a power bonus to Will, that definitely hits the Bulette.
Take the first damage. That's 20, and it will enter Blood Frenzy.
oh,
Which
It
means
makes sense. It's an Elder Dire Bulette with Malorite Beast.
If,
It should
uh,
enter a Blood Frenzy.
if it deals
Yeah.
no damage during its turn, it deals 25 damage to itself.
the Bulette?
Yeah.
No.
Save ends. Of course, if it stays within the.
So it takes the 29. Aw.
No, just the 20. The first
Oh.
damage roll.
Okay,
And
sorry.
then
That was.
a
I'm
heavily
trying to look up
obscured-
my actions in advance, but
Okay, so heavily obscured, I'm looking at in the rules. If you're not adjacent to it, making an attack, Nobanian has total concealment from you. If you are adjacent and making an attack, just has concealment. So Nova Cree will eat a -5 penalty to attack Nobanian. So will Zircon.
oof.
Whereas the Bulette will not eat a penalty because it has Tremor
Don't
Sense
give a
20.
shit. Yeah,
Tremor
because
Sense
he's
20.
cool. I
And,
think doesn't Sarkon has tremor since
5.
5. Yeah,
If
he's
he's
a
within
little
5,
closer.
he can.
Yeah, if he's within
If
5.
he's within 5 and it's on the ground, he can do it.
As for me, I guess I would ask, is Nobanian an aberrant creature?
Yes.
Alright, then Topaz Focus applies.
An aberrant
don't grant
and
combat
magical
advantage.
beast.
I don't ever grant combat advantage to Nobanian, and I don't take a -2 penalty to attack rolls against him.
And that was
A recharge zone.
I will mark this thing with like a red seed. It needs to hurt things. It'll hurt itself.
I mean, he was gonna do it anyway, but it's sad that its misses will now hurt it too. You know?
It's a
And
save
being
ends.
in the cloud here does not renew the effect. It has to actually use the power again.
Gotcha.
Oh, so it's only one.
It's a save
The
ends.
Blood Frenzy
Oh,
save
save
ends.
Okay, I was gonna say.
It's
Whew.
And
Uh,
the
then-
Bulette will have a +4 power bonus
You
to
will
saves.
action point
Oh.
and claw and rake against Emizure, doing 2 claw of the knife.
Okay. Yeah, that
is
hits.
A 1.
Just to check to confirm that 51's not a crit, right?
No, it's not.
Okay.
That
Yeah,
is-
I know you said one of those attack rolls up there was a 1. Okay, an immediate interrupt. It's a good thing I put this cloak back on. To see Shimmer, an enemy hits, and I become insubstantial, which means I take half damage. I'll take 20. So take me to 29 Temporary hit points, is it? As the green dragon becomes translucent within the blood mist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that'll be that.
Does it have threatening reach?
No.
Great.
Can't walk into that. That's a big rock. Can't. I guess you
Oh.
can dig under it. Just
Hey, I can!
That's right.
Bulette.
I'm a cool bullet.
A cool, raging Bulette. I did not
Yes.
think this Bulette could be angrier, but it is.
And they'll charge! Not even giant rocks can stop. Well, alright.
And this is the Bulette takes 25
25
damage.
damage, yeah. And then saves.
Yeah, you'll get a saving
Hopefully.
throw. It'll be a +4 bonus to
Oh,
that.
here it
because
is.
Field of the Iron Mine.
So, oh, yes!
Shake
14.
off
That's right.
the blood mist.
I have my own rage. Thank you very much.
It bites its own tongue or something. Alright.
Okay.
Israeli here.
I no longer have the power of the Helm of Able defense since I was hit. Alas. Okay. Next step on this quest for world domination. I will become the Screaming Gale, I guess, and buffet my foe with a Storm Dance Strike. Try and enter, basically to enter a Storm Dance stance no matter what. It'll be a 46 versus armor class.
A hit.
That'll be 33 damage plus an extra 6, 39 points of damage. I take 5. And the rest of the effect doesn't apply because I'm not tagging 2 creatures. I enter a Storm Dance attack stance. I don't think that's going to come up, as it's not just going to move away from me, but it might. That's the minor action. No, excuse me, I got one other thing here. Let's go ahead and... Now the Bulette's awkwardly placed. She isn't willing to breathe poison on her pet just yet. That's the end of the turn.
Oh, I forgot to roll recharge.
That's right. Zircon, well, squints at that, but he does have tremor sense. Really doesn't want to like open himself up to being attacked, so we'll teleport here, trying to use the... Well, he just saw Nobanian teleport around. That might be spooky. Like, move... Gotta be within 5. That 5, 6, then he'll teleport 1 square here. Just so that he knows where Nobanian is, because Nobanian's touching the ground. As a minor action, he will renew his Mind Grasp for 19 damage to keep that slow on. And as a standard action, since he can see Nobanian perfectly, he will attempt to assert control over the creature. A 40 versus will.
That Mind Grasp certainly is a way to get things' attention, isn't it?
Sure is. Beautiful stuff. Okay, well, assert control. He can't assert control anymore. That'll be the end of his turn.
I would agree.
The Novacree here is so conflicted.
Barely see it.
You can barely see it, you know, which would make one think that you should go in closer, you know. But he also has only 200 HP. Would he?
You have been with Novacree since the very beginning, because you adventured with Novacree.
Yes.
That was your introduction. So what would Novacree do?
Enemy is in
Well-
a cloud of blood.
It's very metal. But I always thought he was also kind of a coward.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really cool in there, and then it's like, well, I mean,
Hmm.
you can go here, right?
Yeah, you would have to be next to it, though, otherwise it doesn't really matter.
Oh yeah, still can't see shit.
As he like flies above the cloud, like trying to like squint
Yeah.
down and see. Well, he can still throw down the hammer, just take -5s. What else is he going to do with the standard action, right?
He could charge it. but he can't see it, so that
Yes.
doesn't really make sense.
With his fire touch.
Right, but wouldn't he have to be able to see it in order to...
Novacree is smart enough to realize this creature's on fire.
Probably wouldn't do much to touch it
Yeah.
with his burning hands.
The same thing with his
Yeah.
breath weapon. Like,
Yeah, then he's gonna hit either of those two. Yeah, I mean...
With enough hits, he'll
Not
crit,
his-
right?
Hmm?
With enough attacks, he'll crit, right?
Yeah, you know what, he'll try.
yeah, with enough bombardment of the the zone.
That's right. That's what's wrong. I guess he still has -5, though.
Yeah.
Which, chances are next turn he'll move back out then. He's like, Dabson? Oh, no. Yeah, that's not gonna fly.
That's gonna fly. Didn't even
You know
use
what?
infinite. Didn't even use infinite power. He
Oh,
was so
damn it.
disheartened.
Yeah, I forgot that.
How can you forget infinite power, Aaron?
Look. Can't see anything!
Teleport's here.
Yep.
Oh. Hey! Oh, but no, it's very close.
Yep. I was going to suggest the idea of but I figured he might teleport out next to Zircon.
But he will use the Clawrake to make one claw attack against each opponent adjacent to him, which is 2. This will be Mishire
That misses the green dragon.
and
Zircon, do you have any other? When Zircon would be hit by an attack, he can get a +2 to all defenses, but I don't think that's helping you. No, he takes 37 points of damage. That goes into
Still
his
has
temporary
10 hit
phase.
points.
And his
Ugh.
attacker takes 3d8 plus 9 points of normal damage and 1d8 psychic damage. 23 damage.
the claw
Thanks to his
strikes
rock
it
burst armor.
onto the rock. Remember that it should be 10 hit points you lost.
Oh, the macro didn't factor in that. Okay, let me heal that. And I'll subtract that manually. That's right, Trey.
Alright, good for your
Do you re-roll it? Retry at the start of your turn?
Yes.
Come on. Nope. That's alright. We borrow.
Very mobile group.
And it is a skirmisher.
Oh, no.
You move 9.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
No,
say
no, that's 9. You move 8. Go back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh,
A legal move.
oh, no flanking.
Like,
Oh well. Well.
I mean, you can move beneath Novacree,
that would
if you so
technically be
desire.
flanking, yeah.
Well, here with Zircon.
Zircon's not going to stay there.
He doesn't have to. Any more than this turn.
Yep. He does threaten when in melee.
Bite! Aha! +2 for flanking.
That will hit.
Yes!
5 damage.
Ow.
It can take 15.
And yeah, the Beelite takes 15.
Yeah. Grrr!
Zircon's
It's even more angry.
Zircon's melee attack is not terrible.
It's not, no.
But
Very nice.
not got the hit points for it.
Alright, that's me.
I think, in response to that, he panics. Doesn't lay out the fist as a standard action. A psionic blast emerges from him. That's a close blast 3 that targets only enemies.
Sure, lead with your first.
That's right. If early Allegiance here is going to delay until after Zircon.
Yeah.
There we go. Psionic blast. 35 versus Will. If not gonna hit.
Yes.
He teleports.
Oh.
As a move action. Doesn't have to be next to this shit. 1, 2. Let's see here. The Mind Grasp is that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And as a minor action, he will renew the Mind Grasp. 18 damage.
God,
And the
that is
bandit remains slowed.
incredible.
Yes, it is bloodied. pieces of the fire will jump off, solidify creatures of their own.
Zircon takes his minor action to takes a free action to regret having used his blast. Okay. Creatures.
Just vaguely. Some of them are blocked. That's okay. There are enough for every direction anyway. As appearing are some simple beasts of Malar. Creatures seemingly made from sort of clotted blood in the shape of
And flame?
large baboons. Yeah, and flame. Sort of boiling.
Sucks to be Novacree.
blood.
Yeah, that's the end of Zircon's turn.
The smaller of the creatures that
Okay.
we shoot it? Sure.
Alright. This is where I am. Standard action, I will spend 6 power points, taking me down to 9. As these smaller creatures appear, a vicious strike will magnify her presence in the minds of her enemies, compelling them to witness the glory of the green dragon. This is a close burst 2. And it is, just want to make sure it's friendly. Yeah, it's friendly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 enemies. The Iron Presence.
In direction as usual.
Alright.
Just that one. These are missed. Companion. Hits the rest of them though.
Alright. 29 untyped damage for all hits. Oh. The minion is spared. That's right, Novacree. These are minions, buddy.
Yes, I know. It's very exciting.
A miss there on Nobanian will deal 9 damage instead of 8. I didn't update that.
Eviscerated.
Yes. Like there's an explosion off of the green dragon's body, summoning her psionic power. Move action and minor. Well, I do have a minor lined up here. Let me... Can't hit all of them, but Novacree will certainly have a minion right at his... Well, no, that would be a range attack and a blood mist. Let's do these two.
Alright.
Or these 3, I suppose, total, with Dragon Breath. 21 points of poison damage.
And a hit. Poison. Goes across the field. Mixes with the smell of burnt minerals.
Well done.
Yep, there is 1 minion left there for Novacree to bully.
Yeah,
I wanted to make sure it was out of the blood mist, too.
Yeah, it's very kind, really.
Move
Must be
action,
roll of 1.
move action, the green dragon is going to shift 1 space here. That'll be the end of her turn.
Yes, Novacree.
Rolled a 1 to hit the minion and missed. Okay.
Wait, did I click that?
No, I did. You're good.
Oh. I was there. We're like, what? No. Well, you're gonna move out here because, there's no reason to be that close. And then he will use his impossible power to hit the Blood Fury 2. Hopefully.
10 damage. Way overkilling it.
Well, that is his MO.
I do love the idea of him overkilling minions.
Yes. And then he will use his standard action for the infinite power. You know, as you do. And then careful.
Nobanian is out of the
yes.
out of it, but that'll miss. 36 versus reflex.
Come on. Yes.
Oh.
That's a hit.
19 fire and radiant damage.
The solution to all this flame, more flame. That's his turn. He's really proud. He's glowing even more. Oh, great. A recharge.
Yep.
That's what we needed.
His arm's coming back.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
it,
it is.
though?
Is it?
It's tough when at least two of the enemies have Thermosense, I suppose.
At the beginning of its turn, get it there. Then, yeah. So this will target things with a 3. Is not like
You'd be flying up
Here's
at like 7 in the air.
All right. Then this will be against the Bulette, and then Emissary.
I'm so glad I moved.
Bulette and Emissary.
The Bulette is just hit, even with the bonus that I'm providing from Shield of Iron Mind. As Nobanian has the Aberrant type, I have an operating 50 versus Aberrants and Will. That misses me.
23 damage to the...
Bulette. Oh.
Yep. And the Bulette once more enters Blood Frenzy. Nova Creed's
Yes.
like, no, not again!
Yeah. Yeah! It fears my power! It knows that I'm the
Bulette.
biggest threat!
Must do something.
Must attack. Start with recharge. Come
I
on.
mean, it could not and just damage it.
Come on, yes! Ha 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 ha! Recharge your son. Yes. Alright. It's gonna Earth Burrow.
Getting a bite attack as it moves. Keep in mind, though, if you miss with that bite attack, but I mean, the Bulette's gotta, right?
It's gotta. It's fucking angry. And also, because Nobanian is bloodied, I have combat advantage. So,
True. You do have combat advantage against bloodied foes.
yeah.
Because you're making that bite as part of your movement.
Also,
I like how you're flipping the token.
it's not every miss that damages it. It's if it does no other damage on its turn.
Ah, okay.
So that
Got
was
it.
a move.
Yep, that was your move.
And technically, I'm still buried, yeah? Borrow what?
Yeah,
Alright.
you're underground.
Yeah.
It's just
Can I?
hiding
Oh,
somebody's
Yeah,
feet as you grab it.
You get a
I already
rising
used
burst
the
now.
dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know. I guess
So-
I'll bite again.
It goes.
You know.
Nope.
Nope.
And now
How
it's
much
going to
damage was it? 25?
25.
Ah, that's not nice.
And now you get the saving throw with the +4 bonus.
Yes. Plus, it already has +2. So this, yes, well, you know, we're fucking crushing it. It's great.
Better to crush it.
Click on.
That's sort of what it does, really.
Zircon, like, squints at the cloud, realizes that this entity is, lurking very close to Mizar Leader, and so reconsiders whether he wants to be very close to Mizar Leader. So he has a cunning scheme. He is going to move action teleport here, minor action deal 14 damage, and then standard action converts to a move action, and
Oh.
There, if he just stays away from the green dragon, he reasons to himself, it'll be fine. That'll be the end of his turn.
Insert. Here.
He's early just here. Like, squints at the Bulette, wondering whether to order the thing away. But no, this is the proper time. Malorite Beast versus Malorite Beast versus... Move action, she'll shift here. Standard action. She will brandish a new attack to punish this spell-scarred, plague-changed divine entity with Vitality Theft. Her punishing attack establishes a brief psionic link with her foe to sap its mental energy and restore her own. That will be a half damage, so 24 psychic damage.
Good half damage.
And she regains 6 power points no matter what. Minor action. No, she's good. I also take 5, so I'm at 19 temporary hit points at the end of my turn.
A lot
Actually-
of power points.
Yeah. I'm done.
All right, Nova Cree.
just shoots beams of radiance into the
Yeah,
fog.
I mean, it's gonna miss, but, that's fine. It's infinite power!
Oh, where it comes from.
Just,
It'll be a 38 versus reflex.
yeah. Those are not bad rolls either.
Yeah, no, they were not.
The -5 is hard,
That-
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys are already level 21. They're really struggling to hit, and combine that with a -5, and it's woof.
Yeah.
Well, with that. Some real hard damages. It's just gonna keep clawing at the moment. Yeah, so a claw at this will be Monsieur Littlefear and the Bulette. Emmy, Bulette.
Emmy is missed. The Bulette is absolutely hit.
Ow!
42 damage.
Yeah. That's a claw, right?
The Green Dragon's insulted. How dare no Banyan ignore her?
Reasons the madness. Well, that's it for this turn. But
Yes. Roll for recharge. 1d6. Yes! Ha 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 ha! The Bulette is almighty and very angry. But
yes,
well,
Again,
That's okay.
trying to bite fire. Silent
there's
fire.
another bite. No, well, all right. This doesn't take damage,
Zircon, he's properly analyzed the situation. He knows the tech. Teleport in. Redo. Teleport out.
keep it from moving.
Yep.
More importantly, keep Emmy's feet that gives bonus damage from.
Yeah.
Beguiling advantage for fighting. I can hit these melee attacks. It'll be Zircon's turn.
Right. We don't even have to flank.
So yeah. Well, I mean, I don't have combat advantage to it because it's adjacent to another creature.
Oh, okay. Well,
The
I
Bulette
thought you
gets
had it
combat.
if you were slow.
No, I deal extra damage.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the thing.
Well, Bulette is not really sorry.
It will.
He's just very angry.
The Green Dragon could kick this Bulette's ass. Bulette better fucking know
Oh,
its
yeah.
place. Oh shit. I think move action shift here. She would like to lure Noel Banyan out of the fog, but isn't motivated enough. That sounds like effort. And a standard action will single PowerPoint Brutal Barrage. Let's see here. We have a 45 and a 47. Those will hit, and that'll be 2 misses. I take 10 points of damage. I'm at 9 temporary hit points. And that'll be 36 points of damage, and no Banyan falls prone. That'll be another turn.
Shoot blindly into the mist.
Yes. Infinite power. Oh.
Otherwise, be a hit. -5.
Yeah.
It's a light show.
Yeah. I mean, it is not without value that he looks incredibly cool.
Obviously.
So cool.
Damn, no Banyan being able to fix his prone with teleport.
Yeah.
How dare
No. The power here, so given the benefit of the doubt, say it's bloodied. It needs to in doing things a little bit smartly. So it will turn for a moment to the Bulette there, and then it will actually ignore the mark.
All right, -2 the attack roll.
I should go for the kill.
Yeah, that'll hit. Wait. I'll try and use my reaction.
Okay.
It's a rapid
So,
beast. Oh, well, no.
yeah, that could have made the triggering attack miss. 61 damage.
Yes.
The Bulette falls prone. That absolutely is enough to bloody the Bulette.
Bloody it. Yeah.
And Nobanian will also take 61 force and psychic damage.
Yes, and as it does, the blood pours from the Bulette and will manifest as an ally, a twisted guardian. Best.
Ugh. With my own blood.
Just comes pouring out of the Bulette and like transforms.
What the fuck?
The Bulette gets sacked. As the Nobanian, as it turns out, is also a Malorite beast.
Yeah.
And likes fighting bloody things.
Yeah. Green Dragon like squints again at the Bulette and contemplates ordering it to like flee, but it's a Malorite beast. She'll let it go.
Just gonna say, it's gonna be hard to.
It has an intelligence of 5. It's not under a blood rage.
Let's see if we can roll.
Attack the
can
Twisted
roll.
Guardian at least. It's gonna be easier for the Bulette to hit the Nobanian.
Yes. It will. Rah! Yeah? 42 versus AC?
Yeah, that hits. Yeah.
Yes!
Much easier to hit than Nobanian is.
As it bites its own blood that formed of this thing.
That's right.
Get back in here.
I like that. Get back in here.
Yeah. That was mine!
My blood.
Yes, that's it. I don't know that I want to move and provoke here.
Alright, Zircon.
Zircon teleports forward 5. He can't not feel the other creature. Everything's perfectly fine in there, he thinks to himself. Mind Grasp Nobanian for 14 damage. Whisk himself back away. You know, I had not realized, Ari, that this Mind Grasp... you just keep doing this if it hit. Just keep bullying.
And that's incredible. I mean, when you're not fighting a big fucking impossible aboleth creature that has incredible will, yes.
Hey, he was able to hit this through the power of unconsciousness. That's the end of Zircon's turn.
That's
Very
true.
unlikely. It doesn't hit very well, but if he gets set up,
Yeah,
And to set him up.
That's
Okay.
Demi does.
What the? She sort of like through like the mist there. She's like squinting like, through the flame. Like, what the hell just
What the-
happened?
I don't think the Bulette has yellow in it.
so yeah, it looks like a burning lion creature, but it's sort of aberrant and twisted. Got like
Oh.
multiple eyeballs, and its skin
Oh,
is like
no.
water, and it's like
Yeah, all right. Yeah, then she can still feel the presence of that perfectly fine. That's not good though. What has happened here? She scowls at the Bulette and shifts here as a move action. As a standard action, she will expend 6 power points again to perform her Iron Presence Burst attack once more. This is not a melee attack, which means it doesn't even benefit from the Gunling advantage, but if I hit Nobanian, I don't take damage. 38 against the Twisted Guardian, and then 34 against Nobanian, so 9 damage against Nobanian.
does hit the twist.
Okay, it'll take 22 points of damage up there, and it'll be marked by me until the end of the encounter.
Oh, all right, a long time.
Yeah.
Alright. That's the end of her turn.
Okay.
Now, would Novakri be able to see that?
I mean, he is aware there's something there. He can target it, but he can't. It still has the -5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. A new challenger to the mighty Brass Prince. Infinite power!
32 versus reflex.
That hits.
Aha!
20 psychic damage, and you push it 2 squares. So you can end up pushing it out of the cloud. Yes, now you can see it better.
Ah ha ha! Ray of gilded flame. Well, all right. Well,
It misses.
yeah. But what he wanted to do was make it visible, and he did it. So
Yeah, that was the plan.
incredible. What would these people do without him?
You charge the.
He does
all
not
right.
go for the kill
Time
back.
to
That's-
just bite immiserably.
Yeah, that hits. 38 damage. Hey, I become the quarry of Nobanian. Son of a bitch. 7 plus 9. Alright. 196 minus 38. Let's try that again. 196 minus 38. I'm at 158 true HP. At temporary hit points, and I'm taking ongoing 15 fire and psychic, so 5 damage every turn.
The Guardian. Can't actually see well in this either. It's a little awkward for it, I guess, but that's how it goes. Don't have special powers to see, I guess you. So
I was made out of the blood of a Bulette.
it just moves over here, and then it will bounce. It has a lot of synergy with Nabanian, but when they can't see it, sort of. All right, we pounce. With a base. So simply rip and tear.
Oh man, even the Iron Mind won't be good enough. 38 versus armor class definitely hits Zircon. 26 fire damage will be enough to break his thing, but he'll deal this damage one more time. 31 points of damage in standard and psychic form.
Bloodied.
He takes 26. That's 13 temporary hit points, and then 263 true HP, which I'll just deal through there. He takes ongoing fire 10. Ongoing 10 fire. Save ends. Gotcha. Emmy's early just her commands, like, get the yellow thing, the Bulette. Leave this to me.
All right. I suppose I'll have. Oh wait, recharge. Recharge first. Come on. Nope.
Always shift back and borrow.
Yeah, I feel like there's not an option here where I provoke from. Oh no.
Nope, can't reach. You can go 8. I suppose you could, like, instead of like shifting there, hold on, go back. Go back to where you were. Yeah, you can shift here, and then burrow 8.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Ta-da.
You ready?
Ready.
But yeah, that's my 2 actions. Sadly.
Zircon's takes 10 ongoing fire. That seems bad. He will minor action for his bracers here for resist 15 fire. A minor action is going to have a move action is going to have him teleport here. And then he'll convert his standard into a move, or to a minor, I should say, to renew Mind Grasp on Nobanian. 16 damage.
Once he keeps doing it, eating away.
He like tries to keep the Bulette between him and whatever the hell this is that came out of the Bulette's body.
There were a
Yes,
bunch of
my
them.
blood.
There were a bunch of them in the hill, but they probably
Betrayed.
got crushed under all this metal and.
Betrayed by its own blood.
It's
Okay,
like there were
so
whole
it's Zircon's
encounters
turn.
designed around.
All right.
Oh.
Green Dragon. It's my turn next. Yippee. And I have combat advantage against enemies that have no creatures adjacent to them other than me. As a minor action, till the end of my next turn, when wielding the Bloody Maul against any creature not adjacent to an ally, get a +2 power bonus to attack rolls and deal 2d10 extra damage.
We go.
I'll convert the move into a minor.
Hmm.
I do not. I don't need to use that. Standard action, single power point, brutal barrage attack. The 39 will be 41. That'll still miss, but the second lowest attack roll would be a 47. So that'll be 3 hits there. 36 damage plus 6d10, and 61 points of damage. No Banyan. Excuse me. One more thing here. That's 3 hits. That's 61 plus 18. 79 points of damage.
59 points of damage.
No Banyan
Damn.
falls prone to recorrect through teleportation again.
Yeah. Remember also to take your.
My damage here. Forgot to take my ongoing 5. My 15, which would be 5. And then 3 hits there will be another 50 on top of that, so it's total of 20 damage. I'm at 138 hit points. Okay. It's the end of my turn. I'll now roll a saving throw with a +4 power bonus. I'm no longer taking that ongoing damage.
Ah, the Brass Prince. He sees his allies. They need his mighty help. Of course they do.
Do 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 do.
Infinite power!
You
Rock
fool! You stepped out of the blood fog.
Yes, you thought you could flee from me. And
Well.
you could, but not really.
Miss. That's a hit.
22 fire and radiant damage.
That's right. Incredibly smug is the look.
Alright. Teleport. We will go here.
Is that teleportation limited by the slow speed as well?
Let me check.
Okay.
Since
that was a teleport of 3.
Speed. I think that would be.
Okay.
Since the speed is currently 2.
Yeah.
Here.
Alright.
Then, since it was recovered,
Oh.
Ugh.
I should have made a saving throw for you. Yeah, you succeeded.
have it like there. The Emisure, then Bullet, then Zircon. Emisure.
Let's see here. Imi's early leader is not affected. Zircon, even with the +4 power bonus to will, is still hit by that.
Yeah.
24
4
damage.
plus,
24 damage.
and I mean, Bullet is also hit.
Yep. Gillette takes 24 damage as well. And we are in blood frenzies. Ah! I'll put my halo on.
Oh, you did get hit by it.
No, I'm putting it on Zircon.
Oh,
Thank you.
I know I didn't hit.
I'm so mad!
Emisure's mind is strong against more aberrations.
That's right, aberration. She's prepared her body for this.
Just made for this, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this Twisted Guardian is just mad crazy and will rip and tear. Look at
And then I'll hit
That'll-
even in defiance of the mark.
That'll hit.
that. Oh, 38 fire damage. I'm going 10.
No.
Have any existing.
Ow.
It can take its ongoing 10.
Yes. I'll have to. Oof. Oof.
Finish your blood off, damn it!
Nope. Alright, well. Grah! 28 damage.
8.
And then it'll try to... Does it still have +4 to saves?
Yep, it is within 5 squares of Emissary Leader there.
Great.
Yeah,
No more
crushed that.
longer ongoing.
And for the Blood Fury.
Yeah, you'll want to
Oh.
be saving for the Blood Theory as well. Presumably.
Good.
No problem.
Alright. Zircon's turn. He's not taking
How do
any
I...
ongoing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Alright, minor action for Zircon. No, Banyan. You can take 22 points of damage. Good, Zircon dealt damage this turn.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Just so mad all of a sudden.
Yeah. Just deeply enraged. I think he's going to I already did Sonic Blast. I don't think he wants to get close enough to that Twisted Guardian and just punch it.
No.
Rocky Fist aside, that's all fine and well, but he doesn't need to. He'll teleport. He looks around these angles, realizes he's probably lining himself for a charge, but he's still super pissed. He doesn't care. And he'll assert control over the Twisted Guardian for 9 psychic damage.
Its will is very weak.
Twisted Guardian will be slid up here 1 square and slowed. Save ends.
Oh.
He will now make a save for his end because he's not in range of the radius. He fails.
Angry. Immediately.
He remains furious. Okay. No longer taking my ongoing. Looking at my powers, I still think I'll stick with that. Her minions seem like they're handling the Twisted Guardian out there fine. And it's better that to not let... She looks at Nobanian, looks at the Bulette's back. Don't worry about it. Single power point. Brutal barrage attack against Nobanian. That'll be a crit on one of those. That'll be 2 hits overall.
Alright.
That'll be 36 damage. I'm adding this plus. I got 2 hits with the slow effect, so that's 12. Plus 40, 12. 83 points of damage.
It's good damage.
That's disgusting.
And she will use a move action to shift over here, contemplating that if she doesn't, Nobanian might just like ditch her anyway. Although she looks at the Bulette, looks at Nobanian, Raging Fury, she's not sure. No, she doesn't care. That would require moving. That's effort. Fuck that.
Overgrade.
See you over turn.
Yes, his prey. Infinite power.
Slowed, bloodied, it's time. Zorch.
That will kill it.
Yes!
As
It was foretold!
As it goes down, though, it is a fierce spirit. It immediately recharges the power it hasn't used yet. Then it shifts its speed and performs the attack against it. So it'll like shift here and then do the go for the kill against the Bulette.
No! Aw, boo! No! A baby!
Hitting for 57 damage. If it bloodied
And
it,
it falls
would
prone?
yes. If it bloodied it, it would summon another thing. It's already bloodied though, and if it killed
And
it,
this.
if it killed it, the Twisted Guardian would just not die and recover. hit
Okay,
points.
well, it did die.
It didn't.
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
And the Bulette is prone. Just collapsing.
Yes. I'm
Under
trying
the
to
weight of
find
those
the
bolts.
goddamn state prone.
Proneness.
Prone. There it is.
Novacree has a second
Yeah,
attack.
he does. Yeah, I dealt with that.
Oh yeah. Haha. Yeah. -5. It's probably not gonna hit, but
Minus
Nice
5.
try.
could crit.
And yet, got recharge rolls.
Do.
Oh, and yes. Not useful right now, though. So, Gonna just be 2 claws on Imisure. Trying to claw and then rake. Dragon.
Okay.
Ripping and tearing. Get some hits.
Ah,
See, the claw misses because my blood iron armor, I hit with an attack, so my armor class is 45 health, even 47 because of my cover. So both those are misses.
Ripping and biting at the stone.
God, the damage on those rolls.
I mean, that's what you should expect from some sort of like divine essence avatar of a
Divine
god.
striker, yeah,
fueled
on
by-
board. Fucking 100
It's the
HP
hit.
a turn.
It's,
Ugh.
it's to hit and not that good, as it's a brute type thing. But
Yeah.
its damage is pretty.
It's probably time for the Bulette to leave this battlefield.
I was gonna say, Bulette borrows. This is no fun anymore.
Maybe if the Shrine of Malar were still active, I'd feel different, but that got broken, so...
Yeah, no, it's time to leave.
You can do that. He's not.
It is
Yes.
We'll go over here. Don't have.
It is
to
not...
Jump
action.
out. He's smart enough to know that right now he's the target. He'll sulk down here.
Stick on.
Okay,
So angry.
Zircon still furious, teleports here. Will you renew the Mind Grasp for 18 damage on No Banyan? Zircon, perhaps the slayer of the Gaia.
I was gonna say, he has done, like, of the minions, he is, like, supremely.
Oh yeah, and as a standard action, because he has Tremor Sense, he'll attempt to assert control over No Banyan. 43 versus Will!
The ranged attack, so
Yeah, well, he's Tremor Sense.
that's
fine.
true. Then he just hits.
9 psychic damage. Zircon slides a circle 1 square. The target is already slowed, so it receives a dazed save ends effect.
Oh,
Using all his powers to the maximum
Yeah.
of their ability.
You thought Zircon would be dull and boring here.
yeah, no, he's fucking doing work.
The
That's the
controller.
end of Zircon's turn. He'll see if he can. No, he remains pissed.
Okay, though. He's got that automatic
It's
damage
working
coming.
for him.
He's got
Yeah.
that automatic damage. Well,
Really not a
He's
common
working.
emotion for a stone genasi.
I know, right? Like, what is?
They're so calm.
He just thinks about all of his dead people, like everyone he's lost. Okay. Eri is, Missouri Leader Theer is going to activate this power. Doesn't want to get into Bloodied. Until the end of her next turn, while wielding the Bloody Maul, each time she hits with a melee attack, she can spend a healing surge to regain hit points with a free action.
Each time. Well, that's pretty good.
Okay. A single power point takes her down to 5. Brutal Barrage. That will be 2. No, that would be a 40. I have combat advantage. That's a 42. Alright, that's only 1 hit then. Because that's a 41 versus armor class, a 37 versus armor class, and a 42 versus armor class.
That hammer has 2 abilities on it?
It has 3.
Fuck.
Damn it.
Yep,
That
so that's
suck.
That's 1 hit. I take 5 points of damage. Nobanian takes 36 plus 6, 42 points of damage and doesn't fall prone. And I get to heal spending a healing surge, which is 45 HP for me. 33 plus 45, 178. I'm at 17 out of 18 healing surges.
It
That's
was
the
all
end of-
day.
Yes. And as a minor action, I will give myself 11 temporary HP as end of my turn.
Oh, great.
Yes. It's time. You guessed it, for infinite power. Oh, well.
Who knows if he
Nope.
hits, right? No one can see.
He's
there.
doing the supporting fire, like, you know.
That's right, suppressing fire. You better
Yeah,
stay in that cloud where you belong.
Yeah. I mean, who's to say if some of the cloud isn't also from all the dust he is whipping up with his incredible attacks, right?
Absolutely.
You know, Flying God is dazed. Can teleport and such if he wishes to. Is there a reason to? I'll do 2. And then there is the one action, which will just be a claw and rake attack.
Okay. Those will both miss, courtesy of the Blood Iron armor and the cover I have from Living Fortress. I have an operating armor class of 47.
Strike it. Even something like the Avatar of Nabanyan has a tough time making contact with him.
Which is great, because she doesn't want to be hit by that either. Good lord.
He really wants to bloody something with healing searches. That'd be great.
Yeah. He does get a save against the Daze effect. Yeah.
do.
Understood.
That'll do.
Oh, I barely made. No, well,
He had that when
Okay.
unconscious. But yeah.
Okay. Zircon remains furious. I think he... Let's see. There. Again, his observation. Stay away from the green dragon. Teleports here. 5. Minor action. 16 damage. Standard action. I think he'll attack again. With Assert Control. Which will be a miss. It's a save. He is within range of... No, he is one short. Wouldn't have helped him anyway. And it's his turn. Okay. I'll go down to 4 power points and augment a Brutal Barrage attack once more. That'll be 2 hits for 36 plus 12 damage, 48. And
48.
Nobanian will fall prone. Not that it matters, because he teleports. That's the end of the turn. Green Dragon continues to dance around the avatar of Blue Flame.
Seeing it through the red mist.
Yes.
infinite power.
It is an aberrant creature.
Boo. I'm
The
back
bard's
over
away.
here. That's a little too close over there. There's no reason for that. Yeah,
It might just launch up into the sky after you. You never know.
Yeah,
no.
you know.
Maybe he was bloodied. Alright. What is it time for? It is sort of getting bolted. But should remember to take your 5 damage per hit to it.
I am sorry. I know better than that. Damn. I am at 168.
Guess what it does? Could it up
Actually,
mattering.
I am with 1 temporary hit point. It absolutely would end up mattering.
Kill. Is
No.
a bad roll.
It's a bad roll. I'll take that 1.
Yeah.
Maybe a 2.
And, it strikes. Fails both of that damage and attack roll. So, it is getting weak though. Flame is flickering. Its fury is being lessened. Almost as if something is fighting it from within.
Zircon teleports 5. Doesn't want to get too close. That's good enough. Teleports 5. Will deal 18 damage to... We're continuing to renew the Mind Grasp and slow this brute down and attempt to assert control. 39 versus will. Then he'll make a saving throw. Like +4 power bonus. He's no longer furious.
Hey!
Malachite
clears Halo.
Hunter killing bloodlusts.
That's right. Get out of his head. Alright, I'll go down to 3 power points. And do another Brutal Barrage. I'm not a swift killer. I'm just efficient.
Oh yeah.
No effort wasted.
How to kill yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, that will be 1 hit. I'll take 5 damage, and that'll be 36 plus 6, 42 damage.
All right.
I'm
Well,
at 1.
that will trigger the 0 HP situation. It will immediately recharge and utilize Go for the Kill.
That will not hit. These
Not
are
hit
Legions
either.
here.
If it bloodies someone, blah blah. If it kills something, it does not. So it will simply take its damage.
Oh, I
Oh.
hoped so badly that Novaki would crit. Take the kill
As
to be the worst.
basically she like she has been striking this thing now for a while.
Yeah. A full minute and a half.
Yeah, as Sirkon has been taking the chance when it was offline, basically, to dig into its mind and just tear at this thing, ripping at its essence. It's I guess it's at its rage, really. It's
Yeah.
mostly what's in there, lessening it as the mist will drift away, leaving this mass of really burning stuff. The thing loses its form. There's a pulse almost, and then it sort of just falls slowly into almost like a puddle of slightly glowing stuff. It looks more white or sort of pale silver, perhaps, maybe a little gilded in there. But it has these ugly black veiny. Black and blue veiny scars running across it. Seemingly, what has been defeated here has been the Malorite influence, the rage that overcame this thing and has conjured it. What is left is what remains of primal spirit, an unconscious being, deeply wounded and scarred by the spell plague, and certainly helpless.
Blood mist fades away. The green dragon is heaving deep breaths. Though she certainly has plenty of defensive powers on tap. This was a harrowing task for her, something she built in her mind a great deal to even this weakened state of this. This was a Banyan divine entity.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming for her.
There's a moment of you could say there's silence, but there's still like the sound, thunder of distant rocks slamming into the earth. The slight sizzling of fire, the sizzling of melting rocks slowly cooling. In this chaos, the pack that this thing had created were obliterated by the situation. Quite alone. Well, she had hers.
Yes. It's 30 seconds. She calls out, Zircon, Novokri, take up positions. Other Malorite beings may end up coming to this position. We are not safe, though we have achieved our victory. And from there, she's gonna... It's not gonna be restful. It's gonna be sort of a tense waiting as she starts to waver in what she wants to do with this. No Banyan. Looks so weak and helpless.
What happens if you eat it? So that certainly is on a
Can one eat divinity? She racks her brain.
If I want to do it, I should do it now. It worked out great for
I was gonna say, Visicatrix actually recently came upon this research and figured out that would be not great, but him may have not known that.
Maybe just a tail? I just eat the tail.
Yeah, a bit. Like a nipple,
As,
that was meant to be as nibbling, not
as at the edge of the crater. It is like 12 minutes or something.
Mm-hmm.
Will show up. A weighted contingent. Not many. Wouldn't be small. They've been traversing their way into the crater. Really, like some rock thing landed nearby of them and injured a couple. It is a hazardous place, certainly. Anything that is not of an epic tier level. The gas, the terrible. As Norlos comes and looks down on him, who's standing there.
She remains standing over Nobanian. Like, these 12 minutes have just been, like, her thinking for the past 12 minutes. Before she, like as if feeling the eye, slowly rotates to look up at the cliff, at the crater, and then, back down to Nobanian. Considers, like, the walking. But she's not going to carry the body up there. That'd be fucking effort. So she just calls out, Paladin of Nobanian, it is done.
The others stay back. They're too intimidated by the situation. I mean, Imisuri has a reputation, even from a long time ago.
She sure does.
Amongst these things. Paladin moves up. He's slowly looking at this thing. It does not recognize it as Nobanian. It doesn't have a form. It's a wounded essence.
The green dragon reaches down and, like, rakes a claw, like, slightly above, sort of like the slime that fell off this creature, and says, I surmise, the corruption of Malar. Though there are still many wounds.
We're here such a short time after our conversation. Things have changed rapidly. I do not know if this will work. Would reach a paw down to sort of put it upon the mass to try to use his Nobanian Knight lay on hands. Really healing the best that he can. I've been great healer Nobanian's much more about like hunting down and bashing the foes of nature than of healing the wounds of it. That's really more Myliki's pursuit. But the thing does move for slightly. Makes a bit more of a golden glow, but the many lines and cuts in it, black and blue stuff, doesn't really move. They seem to persistently be eating away at the magical nature of this spirit. I do not know that I can fix this by myself. Breath. But I must. He moves his hand up to the amulet and will utilize the power therein. Power there.
there was going to be a power therein, a paladin and a banyan's going to find it,
yeah.
not me.
that or a chosen of Nathlight.
I get you.
All right, so a creature which has been reduced to 0 hit points or fewer gains regeneration 10 until hit points equal bloodied amount.
He better not awaken the blue avatar part
The
2.
prophecy of rebirth. It doesn't get to do many times, but yeah, it glows brightly. I really liked the essence here. Power laid here, which was meant probably for the chosen to use and gain, will be brought into as begins to take shape, moving, and the scarring sort of is pushed to the edge of it as it begins to slowly heal. It's only 10 hit points per thing. It'll take a long time for this thing to actually reach its bloodied amount, as you might have realized. It has a lot of hit points, but it isn't going to stop, even as the burning continues. It is brought and healed to the point of what you see is a big lion, looking much like a sphinx, but it doesn't have eagle wings. Those disappeared when it went unconscious anyway. How or not a fact. But yeah, what is left is a large lion, a sort of a mane the color of sunlight. There, its back still has the bluish blackened scars, however, streaked across it. It certainly is still unconscious, either as Norlos goes to his knees, right, and sort of takes his hand off of the Wemmix on the ridge, sort of staring. Norlos breathes out, looks to Amy Sarang. He's clearly very exhausted by this. And again, Novakri probably similarly exhausted, honestly, at this point.
Yeah.
He might have gone to sleep over here.
I think so.
After the 10 minutes, he's like, oh god, I actually spent like 50 healing searches or something.
I'm
done.
He's tapped.
Yeah. Norlos seems pretty tapped as well. That said, he is glowing more than before. Whatever faith had kept him going has been thoroughly renewed. He leveled up,
Mm-hmm.
The lion, though, does not seem to awaken. To remain in. Perhaps for a moment, with a little doubt in his eyes, sort of pushes himself back up to stand and reaffirms his. I will take him somewhere safe. Keep him safe until I can find the.
Nimby's early here rubs her face thoughtfully with a bloody, singed claw. Says, you would need to both protect him and look for the chosen. The locale you will be choosing. Good enough?
We will be on the move. Soon we will leave these plains behind. I have allies. Though they are far less numerous than I had hoped. They are devout. I am confident I can do this.
Green Dragon considers offering assistance or a request of some kind, and figures, looking at Norlos, that it's irrelevant. He's invigorated and determined. That's the sort of thing that you're looking to do. as this agent of change that she is, challenge people and get them to take action. She says, "Very well then. Is there anything you would ask or request of me, Norlos, before I leave you?"
He looks at him, monsieur, as if that is, what's being referred. If you would keep what you have accomplished, what we have accomplished here. Quiet. Time. The people would need the faith, but I fear that the followers of Shah would seek us out if they knew.
A pause, there's a nod, and says, "Indeed, they would. Shar is very busy with concerns of the Weave and the northern coast. I will do my part to ensure the Enclave keeps the Netheril distracted."
Then, soon as I can, we will return to this. He looks to him and says, "When we do, there will be a reckoning."
Green Dragon breathes deep and says, "I leave it in your hands." And she will rotate to look away from Norlos and go pick up Novacray.
With some difficulty, heave up.
I was gonna say, Novacree has been eyeing that shit.
He was asleep.
Until Emmy looks at him and he's like, "Oh."
No, until Novacree fell over exhausted.
Yeah.
Passed out.
Yeah, he's passed out because he's been up for a 10
He
day.
didn't even see the god goop.
Oh. I'm so awesome. Oh.
Yeah.
Everyone saw how cool it was, and then
She goes to pick up Novacray, the exhausted Novacray, goes to fetch Zircon, puts Zircon on her back, because it's hard for her to carry everything. Goes to a little bit to see that the Bulette is fine, then figures the Bulette will find its way back home.
yeah.
And then departs the map.
This is technically pretty good, Bulette. The homeland, the ripped
Absolutely
up
is.
earth and.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bulette has some anger that it needs to take out, so
There's
there's gonna be a lot of tunnels
Tremor
here, I feel
sensed
like.
something deep below the earth. Because
You know?
hide some lizard folk.
Yeah. It's very hungry. It's hangry.
Yeah, but we can take a big Sikon is probably still a little shocked at what he's accomplished here. Having touched the mind of a Spellscard god is never something he thought he would do.
He could write on his CV. Well, he gotta wait for write it down, but
Probably you're 15 minutes sort of into the flight, and he's really just kept quiet. She calls a Zircon, who she's put on her back to fly while she carries Novacray. "You did well, Zircon. I had hoped to see you prevail against another entity, even one so divine, for it was corrupted by aberration. And you exceeded my considerable expectations."
Say something like, "These things are terrible, and they are things that I do not know how we overcome. But we do. I will continue to do what I can to make sure that continues to happen."
Excellent. But for now, we return back home, where we may rest. You have certainly earned that, as has... She sort of jostles her claw little, this little whelp here.
Sikon perpetually feels out of his depth.
As he should.
His general mood. Yeah, this map is now the map of the Warm Hill. So go back here. Pretty much what it's going to look like in the future. Maybe in the future it might become a lake or something. We'll see how the climate.
If I can't have my lair, no one can. That's right.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I feel pretty accomplished.
Well done.
Took
We
us to the
did
end of
it.
session time. We
We
did.
did it.
Finally.
Been very
I have
long-term goal
defeated
now.
Nobanion.
Defeated
Ah.
Nobanion.
That moment of like standing there above that essence, like it's God, it's right there.
Yeah.
Completely.
Nibby's early just here. She had her times where she thought she might do something with it. Indeed, she has chosen to do something with it.
Yeah.
But, not sacrifice it. And she was never going to eat the thing.
No, God.
Get some spell Scott stuff in you.
Yeah, I know. Like, don't want that. Instead, no, Malar firmly gave the impression that he wouldn't care what happened in Nobanion because he would have the Green Dragon instead. Nobanion would be Nibby's early Juthu's prize, and she's chosen to expend that prize.
Yeah. If she could defeat him, then clearly she's stronger.
Yep. Never mind that she spent 500,000 gold pieces throwing an Earth mode at Nobanion, and then bullied it. All right. Next session, Baldur's Gate.
That was incredible. Yeah.
And think of the XP for this thing. Look at that. It's worth a lot. Yeah, the spell Scott avatar of a
Oh, for God.
deity. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I imagine.
once again, topped the list of most XP per session. I think so.
My
we've really
God,
been
we are
exploding
doing
this.
work, Grimace.
Right. Powerful stuff. And it's a hard goal on top of that. So. Yeah. No level yet, but that would be.
We barely been level 25.
Well, we're fighting something difficult again next session, I assume.
You know.
Spoiler, it's going to be difficult.
Things are happening.
I'm pleased. That was the first time Novacree and the Bulette are out there in combat. I enjoyed seeing them work. Novacree is pretty amusing with his
Yes,
infinite
he is.
power.
And so I was like, no, I have to link it every time. Like, it's very important.
Right.
Well,
Because
I
you
mean-
know he's not going to be subtle about it. It's a standard action.
Well, altogether, the team worked pretty well. You know, the Bulette there to
Yeah.
soak damage and just move about, and you have a controller, an artillery piece in Novacree, and then the defender. So you sort of got the damage. You got the
You actually have a full
Rolling-
party.
there's no leader. But
No leader.
You know.
That's what Cicatrix has.
The Bulette had a rough time of it. Took a lot of damage. Ended up spawning a new enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I've been clawed by Nobanion for like 60 something damage in one hit. There's like, no.
Right. I mean, the Bulette's problem there, of course, was I didn't bother giving it an item to resistance. It's a fucking Bulette, and
Yeah.
it got put into a blood rage, and it couldn't hit, so it was taking 25 points of damage.
Oh, yeah. Every turn.
It did some damage.
It did. It did.
But yeah.
All right. Any
Yeah, being
combat?
close ranged in a situation where you have to deal damage or.
It's a skirmisher.
Take damage.
Ideally, it wants to go eat some archers or something, right?
Yeah.
Yep. It moves quick. Goes after archers. I'm glad I got some speed ups for Novacree and Zircon,
Yes.
particularly Zircon.
He's not quick by his base, but having a teleport speed is pretty
It is
Yeah.
faster.
pretty good. Knocking Nobanion unconscious and then getting an extra round of him being unconscious is
God.
pretty nice.
Incredible.
Firing off the turns out Zircon did pretty good there with the
Absolutely.
quite,
he dealt
My grasp.
he dealt so much damage just by being able to renew that as a minor action.
Yeah. No, yeah, he's
As
fucking.
long as he's within 5 and has the minor action, which is generally a situation he doesn't want to be in, if he can manage it and can stop the enemy from going for him, which this thing wasn't really gonna do. It's not really interested in him.
Nope.
But,
Yeah. That worked well. That was pretty built up, and seeing those damage numbers that was slinging at the beginning was that makes sense. That makes sense.
Like it's the last one. Oh, 57 damage. Oh my god.
they're always with these big things that if they get a lucky couple turns, then the battle would be very different, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And making sure that they don't is what the defender does.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Because
if it
all
goes to
these
0
things
hit
would hit
points,
me.
it strikes you, it gets bloodied, then it heals.
Yeah.
Suddenly you got hit with
I-
that,
yeah.
and more things
You
pop
know.
out, and it can get a whole mess. But
Yep.
it did fight alone because you threw a meteorite at its house, so its dungeon was obliterated. And all of
That's
its, all of its.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
no one does that to our dungeons,
Yeah.
right?
At least you will have warning, right?
I was gonna say it's nice. Yeah, I
But,
feel like I'll see if there's cliffs moving over Westgate. In a
But
good time.
I still took a bit of damage despite having resist 15 fire and resistant psychic
Yeah.
and 93 temporary hit points plus an additional 11.
I mean, that said, this tactic is probably not going to work with something that is further away than this from
Oh
one of these
Oh,
rifts.
God! I can't even.
It seems unlikely to pay 2 million gold to drop one somewhere else.
Yeah, I have 681,000 gold pieces left. This is not. This only works once. People will tell stories, the lizard folk and the
Oh,
folks
yeah.
in the eel fort, of what the hell just happened.
Red meteorite hit.
Red and Seer is far away back. The legends.
Oh yeah, I mean this is the kind of thing they would hear it, just like feel something in Cormier, right? Like a breeze or like a.
Yeah. Westgate, Tazir, word will spread. What the hell happened down there?
Something big. Someone just crushed him.
I was gonna
Rangers.
say, time to go murder that shadow druid
Or
who's
rather,
hanging down in the
they will probably
mountains.
say someone failed to do a thing.
Yeah, that would be like
Tried to do
Rangers
that.
and druids will be alarmed over what transpired.
What happened?
I'll get reports about it.
All the glass in the eel fort shattered.
It's true.
Probably wasn't
eel
that
I
fort
much,
don't
is-
but,
imagine they have a lot of glass.
all those beakers for distilling drugs.
Oh no!
All the wine
No.
bottles.
Yeah, your drug distillation setup.
Yeah, at least the barrels are safe, you
That's
know.
more where it came from.
Yes. There's more where it came from. The toes. Yeah, I still had iron warding to take 0 damage if I'd faced like a crit or another ugly hit.
I think it
Still
was
had a
bloody
few.
you or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Just
it spent a lot of turns missing with those like 30 to hit. When you have like plus 30 to hit, it's pretty bad to to be down there.
Yeah.
Oh.
That, and it had to reach a AC of 47
Oh,
to
yeah.
hit me by
Huge.
the end.
I mean, the fact that it's
Yeah,
I mean, but that's what happens when you prepare, right? It's the benefit of being a dragon. You get to prepare, you get to make sure it's your only fight. You can really spend everything, and
Yep.
isn't it kind of fun to have a fight where you can just
yeah, let
like
loose.
be at your best, right?
We've had a few of those, quite a few of those,
Oh,
since
yeah.
we made our transition to a larger picture.
Kick the little aberrant.
But no, that definitely, I can easily see how that would have gone much, much worse if I fought the dungeon before fighting him.
Yeah, no.
Fuck the dungeon. No, I don't want to fight those. That's my
You
head.
know what? You were right when you were like, dude, we are not going to Severus's lair. And you're absolutely right. Never go to anyone's dungeon.
Yeah.
I made that lair. You think I want to fight it?
Yeah.
After
I
go
know.
banging his
Fucking.
tinkered with it. Man. Fighting in narrow crooks and crannies with all those damn fire
Oh, yeah.
raging monkeys.
Blue fire zones and blue fire storms and blue fire hazards and monkey fire things, and lots of burning.
Have
Smoke
Just-
obscuration. It's a good
just
place
spend
to do
half a
like,
million gold pieces.
hazardous things. Yeah, you paid your way out of it. Which is
Yeah, that's
fine.
what I did.
Fair.
I paid to skip the dungeon.
Yeah.
Premium content right here, guys. Just
I pay to
As a
win.
premium customer.
as a
There
busy
are certain
person, I don't have
benefits.
time to spend my time doing all the dungeons. Pay
Yeah,
a little
you
bit of
can
money, and then
pay.
you can sort of skip to the
Here's my
boss.
VIP pass where I just skip to the boss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
All right.
boy. Yeah,
Good
right.
job.
So next time, we have 2 goals, one for each of you.
Yes.
We'll be in the middle of a year.
That's right.
You know? There might still be things that happen, although we did all the news and such before. So
Yeah, we did the news such for it. I'll say from my part, I don't expect to take action unless provoked
yeah,
for the remainder of this
Yeah, I
in-game
think
year.
the rest of the year is gonna go quickly because Masikizuku is also waiting, right?
well, if anything, you can think about what you want to do. The year after next year when you have an alignment. If you
Yes.
want to do anything with it, because it doesn't come again probably for the rest of the game. I think so.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if another
like
100
I'm
years passed.
a little confused. Like, what can like?
Yeah. So what it is basically, it's if you're there and you know what time it is, right? You can meditate and open your mind to the influences of the distant far realm. Basically, the planes
Okay.
align. Normally, this world is shielded from all the other possible like universes, right? By
Right.
the gods. During the spell plague, a lot of the gods died, and so there weren't enough to stop the influence of the fire realm. So a lot of it got in
Ah.
here, hence all the aberrations happening.
Yes.
So this place is situated above a city which has a very, very powerful psionic ability, which means that the bit of protection here between this universe and the other ones is a little thinner, which means that when things align just right and everything's closer together, you can sort of get thoughts from other planes of existence and universes into your mind if you just do like a stream of consciousness thing.
Right.
If you guide that just a little bit, therefore you can find the recipes of things that you could make or rituals you could create that you would have no other way of reaching. Things that would be perhaps even impossible like to think of or come up with in this universe. Would be possible at that moment. Once it passes, though, you can't no longer obtain these thoughts. So you really want to do it at the right time.
Right. So it's like a one kind of thing you wanna.
Yeah, like what thing would you like to know or think of that is generally way more powerful, or than you?
For all my jokes, Ari, it's not something that I would make use out of. Like that's from the far realm. Like I've known about that for a long time in this campaign. The Green Dragon wouldn't make use out of that. It's a hard pass. So if anyone's going to be utilizing it, it's you.
Yeah.
Once, I think level 14 Acer made a level 27, I think, 776
Yeah.
item from it.
Right,
Basically
but you
adding 10 levels to his capabilities, right?
Yeah,
You
that was
still
it.
need gold, right?
Yes, to create a thing, you would need components.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, I don't have like
And it could
3
also
million.
just be used to divine a ritual or something. Just you don't have to do it,
Yeah.
obviously. Just think if there was something major or something that would be really cool.
Well,
that
I
you
want
otherwise
knowledge,
couldn't.
but at the same time,
Yeah.
it's like I don't.
About
That
what?
Acer did make an amazing weapon. I'd waited forever to do that.
I don't want to feed back like information.
No, they don't get anything out of it.
Oh.
They're like the Fire Realm is full of unconscious minds. It's not really a unified thinking thing.
Okay.
It's just sort of a weird alien place that wants to invade and fuse all
So
the realms
no
together.
gross tracement of my
No.
interference.
No one will know.
Okay.
To the Far Realm, this is not even a thing that really matters. It's a minor.
I don't want to be like
But
me, like,
Why are you
oh,
so
hey.
suspicious of this? Yaffle did it.
Did it?
Yeah, that's why I was like, what? How can I get information about her? Is what I want. but I don't know how to. Yeah.
Maybe it sounds like you want to go investigate what's behind this portal of yours. Maybe that would give you some answers, some questions to ask.
Yes, but I don't have time.
Yeah. Well, it's you got next year and then another year.
Yeah, you can
Oh.
you can quickly fly back from Baldur's
Yeah.
Gate back to your
Those are,
home.
like 3 years.
Yeah.
As soon as you come back home, what the fuck? Just like look outside.
Did someone terraform my? Okay. Well,
Well, you know what? It's better than having the blue fire there.
What
I
the
guess
hell
that
happened to this
blew up.
river?
In her mind, where did the Lignev? Like,
just bits of rocks falling down.
it's like, is this like, you know, fly in the middle cage 2.0? Like, no. That's a big
Yeah.
crater.
Well, good job. That was exciting. I did not know how that was going to go. When
know
you have
either.
one character engaging a solo type creature, even along with a
Yeah.
couple of powerful minions, it's we haven't really play tested it that hard, right? The math
No, we
checks out to some degree, but it seems to work. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's really cool.
good job.
Yeah.
Something like this should be difficult. I think it was.
Rest well. Talk to you all next week.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bye. And with that, stream and recording.
April Fools.
Oh, no.
It will be.
I don't want to say that they're unavailable as a joke, because I'll believe you.
Yeah.
All right. And with that, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it too. I certainly did. So, see you hopefully next time. Good night.
Good night.